Namaste and welcome to this international festival, Sattology 2025. आप सबका Sattology के इस international literature festival में बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. So before we start off, we'll start with Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Todo Jayam Mudiraye. So we declare it open. So our first speaker is Professor Kusubata Kedia ji. So please begin. Yes.
Namaskar, Ram Ram, and greetings to all of you. This literature festival is very fortunate in the sense that last 100 years or maybe 125 years, somehow stupid, mediocre, greedy people somehow took charge of world affairs. And the result of greed, result of hatred, result of inexperience, and result of tamas, that was snatching, dacoity, bloodshed, all kinds of adharma and path. And now, this 21st century somehow is the century of Sanatan Dharma. That means once again, tamas, pap will gradually evaporate and Sanatan Dharma will come with prosperity, happiness, hope, enthusiasm, and Sattology channel and Aditya ji has become a medium for this. In my buddhi, in my view, because Aditya ji has taken Diksha in the traditional way from a great saint. That has given him the courage, energy, and enthusiasm sitting there in that ancient land, ancient Sanatan land, ancient land of Dharma, which was destroyed by tamas of European people. He has the courage to sit there and spread the light of Sanatan Dharma. So with this, I wish everyone who is participating in this literature festival and those who will hear it afterwards that they get the blessing of Sanatan Dharma, which will bring in their life and in everybody's life prosperity, happiness, hope, and enthusiasm. Namaskar.
Thank you all. So we have, as per the schedule, we'll go as per the schedule. So the schedule is, next is Mr. Sham Bendre.
हेलो नमस्ते राम राम मैं मुंबई में रहता हूँ और मेरा इंटरनेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स का बिजनेस है मेरे इंडिया में करीबन 30 ऑफिसेस है और यूएस में 2 ऑफिस है न्यू जर्सी और एलए में मेरी और आदित्य जी की मुलाकात महाकुंभ में हुई और आदित्य जी को मैं 4 साल से पहले से जानता था क्योंकि उनका यूट्यूब चैनल में फॉलो करता हूँ रेगुलरली and I was so impressed with his knowledge and insight. What I learned a lot of things from him. तो जब मैं और मेरी वाइफ महाकुंभ जा रहे थे तब मुझे पता नहीं क्या हुआ मैंने सडनली आदित्य जी को फोन किया हम पहले उनको मिले थे जयपुर में, और मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप महाकुंभ में आ रहे हैं क्या? तो आदित्य जी ने कहा कि मैं महाकुंभ में आने का कोई प्लान नहीं है। तो मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आदित्य जी, आप इतना सब बात करते हैं सनातन धर्म के बारे में, तो आपको महाकुंभ तो आना ही चाहिए, कैसे आप नहीं आ सकते? तो उन्होंने मेरी बात मान ली और वो आ गए, और हमने 3-4 दिन वहाँ पे जो बिताए साथ में, वो मेरी ज़िंदगी के बहुत अच्छे दिन थे। और मेरी वाइफ के मेरे दोनों सन, दोनों लड़के भी आए थे साथ में। और आदित्य जी को उधर जो सब अखाड़े में जाके उन्होंने जो उनको जो रिसेप्शन मिला अखाड़े में, उनको तो सभी पहचान रहे थे, और सबका इंटरव्यू उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया। तो एक अच्छे सनातनी आदमी के साथ मेरी मुलाकात हुई, उनके साथ अभी भी करीबन 2-3 दिन में एक टाइम बात होती ही रहती है। और उनका जो ये लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल है, उसके लिए मैं वहाँ आने वाला था। लेकिन हुआ ये कि एक दिन मुझे ऐसा लगा कि अभी यूएस जाने में कोई पॉइंट नहीं है। तो मैंने इनको फ़ोन किया और मैंने उनको बताया आदित्य जी कि आदित्य जी, मैं कैंसल कर रहा हूँ मेरा टिकट। मैंने बुकिंग किया था पूरा, और मेरे वाइफ जाने वाले थे। लेकिन अभी मुझे ये फीलिंग हो रहा है, आई एम 72 इयर्स ओल्ड, और मुझे ये फीलिंग आ रहा है, मैंने आदित्य जी को बताया कि यूएस में जाने का सेफ टाइम नहीं है अभी, और इसलिए मैं कैंसल कर रहा हूँ मेरा ट्रिप। हालांकि मेरा बिजनेस है उधर, मैंने बहुत टाइम ट्रैवल किया है। आई हैव बीन ट्रैवलिंग टू यूएस सिंस 1981। लेकिन अभी की आज की जो परिस्थिति है यूएस की, वो बहुत ही डरावनी है। अभी ये टैरिफ का इम्पैक्ट मेरे बिजनेस के ऊपर भी हुआ है, और हमारे जो क्लाइंट्स है जो एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं यूएस में, वो बहुत हैरान है उसमें, जिनका कार्गो जो गारमेंट्स होते हैं, गारमेंट के ऊपर ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट हुआ है। यूएस ने बहुत क्लेवरली मेडिसिन के ऊपर तो कुछ लगाया नहीं, क्योंकि मेडिसिन अगर वो बंद करेंगे, उसके ऊपर लगाएंगे, तो कोई दूसरा कंट्री है नहीं उनको देने वाला। अभी तक भारत ने कोई रिएक्शन दिया नहीं है, कोई रिटेलिएटरी टैरिफ लगाए नहीं है, लेकिन मोदी जी बहुत स्ट्रांग है। मैं मेरा लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगा कि 19 सॉरी 2014 से क्या फ़र्क हुआ है। मैं मेरे बिज़नेस के लिए 1981 से ट्रैवल करते आया हूँ, और मैंने 46 कंट्री अभी तक ट्रैवल की है। उसमें बहुत सारी कंट्रीज़ है, मैंने मल्टीपल टाइम्स ट्रैवल की है फॉर बिज़नेस। क्योंकि कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती है इंटरनेशनल, बहुत देशों से लोग आते हैं, उनको मिलना होता है, तभी हमारा बिज़नेस आगे बढ़ता है, हमारे लॉजिस्टिक्स में। तो जब मैं पहले जाता था 1981 से 2014 तक, तब ये होता था कि हमारे मेरे चेहरे से तो उनको पता नहीं चलता था कि ये आदमी कहाँ से है, कौन से देश से है। तो मोस्टली तो उनको लगता था कि ये अरब है, अरब आदमी है, दुबई से या गल्फ से कहीं से आया है। और वो मेरे पास आते थे, बात करते थे, और जब हम कार्ड एक्सचेंज करते थे और वो देखते थे कि ये इंडिया से है, तो आस्ते से पतली गली से निकल जाते थे, भाग जाते थे। और 2014 के बाद जो फ़र्क हुआ है बिज़नेस में, वो फिनोमिनल है। और आज का परिस्थिति ऐसी है, लास्ट 4-5 ईयर से तो ऐसा हुआ है कि मैंने जो भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं गया हूँ, या मेरे बच्चे भी जाते हैं, लड़के, तो लोग ढूँढ के आते हैं कि भई इंडिया से कौन आया है। और इतना प्राउड फ़ील करता हूँ, और उनको मोदी जी के बारे में हमसे ज़्यादा पता रहता है। हमारे देश के बारे में उनको ज़्यादा पता रहता है। एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर, इमिग्रेशन पे, हर जगह इंडियंस को बहुत ही अच्छा सम्मान मिलता है, अच्छा बिहेवियर होता है हमारे साथ। अमेरिका में भी हमारे साथ अच्छा व्यवहार होता है। बिज़नेसमैन के साथ तो काफ़ी अच्छा होता है। तो अभी मैंने मोदी जी का एक भाषण देखा, लाइव थे, इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स का कुछ एक प्रोग्राम था, और उन्होंने जो इंस्पायरिंग भाषण दिया अभी, बहुत ही अच्छी बात की। उन्होंने बताया 14 के बाद में क्या क्या फर्क हुआ है, इतनी अचीवमेंट्स हुई है कि ऐसा आदमी मिलना हमारे लिए पंत प्रदान करके, ये हमारे लिए देश का भाग्य है, हमारे लोगों का भाग्य है। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि इनको लंबी उम्र मिले और बहुत सारे आने वाले बरस में ये हमें लीड करते रहे। तो Aditya ji, thank you very much for inviting me on the show and giving me this opportunity to talk about myself. I can't talk like you. This is the first time I'm coming on YouTube live. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. I just want to talk about the Interport Global Logistics. Uh, Dr. Sham Dendre started this company, and the website people can see that live. It's there. It started on his own single-handedly. 30, when he told me his journey, believe me, when I told me his journey, I was very inspired because the way he built this company single-handedly. 35-year-old company, leading logistics company in India, with offices and storage facilities all over the world, and dry ports across India and the United States. And he's when I met him in Mahakum, I did not know that how down to earth he was. And then he showed me his projects on cows, protecting cows, because protecting cows is one of the because we drink her milk, so it's better to protect them. That's why. And it's such a wonderful way he's created these farm communities, and which is inspiring for the whole world. So do visit him and learn from him because he knows amazing things about cows, about farming, about growing your own food, and at the same time running a very successful multinational business logistics. Also, his son Amit became a good friend of mine. He's of same age as me, so very similar to our age. So he's more like a fatherly figure. So now we have, as per the schedule, so the chief has also joined. The chief Angel Sanchez Reyes is also here. But before that, the schedule we'll go to. So our one of our members, Vibhuti Jha, is not here. So in that place, we'll have Gokul Agarwala speaking right now. Gokul Agarwala ji, please go ahead.
Jai Shri Ram, everybody. Good morning. Thank you, Aditya ji, for inviting me to speak in this inaugural panel. I am honored to be here. Before I got started, I don't know if the audience would like to hear in English or in Hindi, whichever Aditya ji you tell me, and
English
I'll
is
speak
better.
in Hindi
English is
or
better.
English.
English is better. Everyone can understand. Yes.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to first dwell on the word Sattology. This word Satology was coined by Aditya Satsangi basically to debunk mythology. And it became necessary to do that because when you say Sanatan Dharma and its content is all mythology, basically you're saying they are all lies. And obviously that is not true. And to debunk that, the whole movement of Satology was started. And so the aim of Satology is to actually debunk the, debunk the myth that surrounds the word mythology and establish Sanatan Dharma as the true and a very peaceful, prosperous way of life. And that is the goal and aim of Satology. And in promoting that, uh, Aditya has been a prolific writer, and he has published more than 12 or 13 books which deal with some aspect of Sanatan Dharma, whether It is exploring the world to find out where Sanatan Sanskriti existed. Unfortunately, he has been able to discover Sanatan Dharma in almost all continents of the world and has written about it. And written about it in a very, very nice way, which brings out uh, the, the vastness, the completeness, and the depth of Sanatana Dharma as a means to bring peace and prosperity to the world. And it has been a great journey. It's continuing to be there, and he's promoting that thought and that idea through this organization called Sattology. And I know him personally very well because I live not very far from where Aditya stays, only 2 hours away from San Diego, and I live in Los Angeles area. So we meet quite often, and I have got to know him very well. He's an extremely dedicated worker, uh, committed to actually promoting Sanatan Dharma through his books, and now starting very soon through lecture series that he's going to be conducting. So with that, I just want to leave a couple of thoughts. Sanatan Dharma is Ananta. Anant means infinite, and it cannot be described in one word, one life. It takes million lives to define what Sanatan civilization is, what Sanatan Dharma is. But there are two fundamental aspects which have touched my life, and I want to very briefly talk about that. One, one of the tenets of Sanatan Dharma is ahimsa parmo dharma, which basically means ahimsa, which is loosely translated in English as non-violence. So it says non-violence is the highest dharma. Dharma means the highest self-nature. Nature that exists with each one of us. Each element in life has a dharma. The dharma of water is to flow. The dharma of fire is to burn. Similarly, the dharma of a human being is to serve. So ahimsa is the highest dharma of a human being. But confusion comes when you define what ahimsa is. Ahimsa to me means conducting your life in thoughts, words, and deeds in a manner which does not hurt any living entity in the world. And the entire Sanatan civilization and Sanatan philosophy is based on this idea. So I'm not going to give you a lecture on Sanatan Dharma, but this is what Aditya is trying to propagate through Sattology. Secondly, Sanatan Dharma, second point that I wanted to elaborate upon is that Sanatan Dharma basically rests on 4 different actions that a person should conduct in harmony with each other. And these are dharma, earth, kam, and moksha. Dharma basically prescribes how we should conduct our life, and we learn about our dharma from the scriptures, which were very, very carefully crafted by our saints and rishis throughout the ages. Uh, earth means activity. Earth means wealth, basically, all that we have and that we possess on this earth, uh, and 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 it needs to be conducted in concert with dharma. And then calm means desire. We are here to fulfill certain desires that were not fulfilled in our previous lives, and that means that we need to really be engaged in action of some kind all the time. And the last is moksha. Moksha means attaining the ultimate goal of life, which is basically peace and be one with the universe, such that you cannot distinguish yourself with this body. So the entire concept of duality goes away. And again, Aditya is trying to promote that and propagate that through his lectures and books and so on. So, with this, I want to conclude by saying we all should join Aditya in promoting Sanatan philosophy and Sanatan Dharma throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Sharad Mohan.
Okay, namaskar. Happy to be with the very distinguished guest, Kusumlata ji, Gayatri Devi ji, and others जिनको मैंने अभी सुना. Thank you so much. So, since this is an inaugural address, मैं अपने बारे में एक लाइन बताता हूँ, फिर आदित्य जी के बारे में बताता हूँ. So, so I have been in USA for almost 25 years now. I came in later part of 1999, 2000. And since then, I'm here with a brief 2 years in India, Bangalore. I was part of the corporate world. My last work was with the Capgemini as the vice president for the banking and finance practice in New York. मैं और Aditya, we have been connected for very, very long time. In fact, I and Aditya, we used to work for Oracle Corporation for a very long time. And then we came together, and shuru se hi, what I have seen with Aditya is he was very much inclined with the Sanatan way of life. जब मैं इसे पहली बार मिला था Oracle में, तो ये power yoga करके आ रहा था. And I was saying, hey, what is yoga? Like this was like, a way back. And he explained me about that. फिर around 2018, I and Aditya, we came together to do business. We formed an IT company. And that's when I came to know more about him, his passion, his Diksha way of life, Diksha Dhari. And then this Satology concept, हो सकता है कि आदित्य जी के दिमाग में वो बहुत पहले से हो. But when he was trying to make it public, we had a lot of discussions, like, when he was so passionate कि देखिए हमारे रिलीजियस चीज को ये लोग माइथोलॉजी बोलते हैं, माइथोलॉजी मींस myth. So but हमारा जो सत्य है, our whole system is based on truth. दुनिया में any religion या any practicing faith, they do not have a lot of geography and temples and archaeology and any excavation attached to it. But Sanatan has everything attached to it. Even Dwarka se lekar Sri Ram se lekar, everything has a geographical proof. Still हमको वो mythology बोलते हैं. And he was very much concerned. And that's where he coined this term Sattology, and he worked very hard to take it from there to where we are today. So kudos to him. I was part of his journey, and I can see his passion for making this channel and this idea come to life. So kudos to Aditya ji for bringing a lot of people together on the platform. And lastly, what I will say is, whatever we are learning, so we have lived our life, we are in 40s, 50s, maybe Gayatri ji is younger, but what legacy are we going to pass to our Gen Z, Gen Alpha, ये जो हमारे सनातन के बच्चे, जो 100 million, 100 million kids are in the as the diaspora के फॉर्म में, विदेश में और भारत में, हम इनको कैसे राइट लेगेसी दे when the global reset is happening. दुनिया बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है, न्यू फॉर्मेशंस आर हैपनिंग. सनातन की कौन सी चीज, क्या चीज इन बच्चों को हम इस फॉर्म में दें कि वो बहुत इजीली इसको डाइजेस्ट करें और वो अपने आइडेंटिटी को लेकर दे फील प्राउड अबाउट इट, राइट? And all these things we'll discuss in this 2 days session. Lot of respect to the Native Americans, unko bhi pranam. They have been fighting this, and we are also joining the larger cause with them to take this Sanatan value. So thank you, Aditya ji, for giving this platform. Thank you.
Okay, so before we begin, so the schedule is all published. So
गायत्री
please,
जी मिस कर गए आदित्य जी. गायत्री
yeah,
जी.
just so the schedule has been published on social media. So please do check on that, and also the sponsors get will meeting is going to start next. So people who are sponsored will be next schedule. So just follow the schedule. For and then after that you have Can You See the Future is the first session, which is with Ankit Shah. So Ankit Shah session is in exactly 1.5 hours. So we'll have a talk on that. Okay, so please share this video link with everyone so everyone can join. So before I speak, Richard will come and speak. Richard has been working with me hard for organizing this event. Richard.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to everybody joining us online, and thank you. And all of the great praise for Ati in regard to Satology. So I don't want to add to that because we'll be praising him a lot throughout this event. But the key thing is with this group and what Adi's established is we're trying to reach out to the global good, right? We're not trying to separate based on culture, language, spirituality, and history. We're trying to bring people together based on our commonality. The more you talk to people, the more you interact, the more you see that we have a lot in common. We want a lot of the same things. Adi and I couldn't be any different based on where we were raised. I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, pretty much on the streets. And so we're definitely vastly different, but we have a lot of core qualities in common. We want good for other people. We stand for truth. We stand for sharing the truth and not bias, because sometimes people get confused when they share the truth. They think you have to like really ram it into somebody. No, you share the truth. And then people will absorb it as they see fit and as their time comes. Because as we know, not everybody is ready for the truth, right? We were not ready. At 22 years old, I thought I knew it all. I didn't think there was anything that I could be taught, right? Here it is 40 years later. I learned a few more things since I was 22 years old. And I've traveled a lot. I've met a lot of people. And then again, as we all said, you meet Adi. And what I thought I knew, kind of squished down to a real little thing about what I actually know. But he's a very kind and gentle teacher. You know, he'll put his hand on my arm often and say, let me tell you the actual truth. So he's a very gentle and kind teacher. And I've learned from that. I've been teaching my whole life, and I've always tried to put that forth as well. So that's what we're trying to do, is reach people, again, help them open their eyes. We created the program called Learn, Think, Share, which is a company that supports Sattology, and it's parallel, right? You want to learn, but you have to think about what you learned and what you've been taught. And I've been thinking about what I've been taught through the American system. Not bad, but there's some things that weren't quite accurate. So I've learned a lot. Now I'm thinking about it. What did I learn? How does it really factor? What is the actual truth? Then how do I share it with others? And so that's what this group has come to be. And we formulated a wonderful community of people who are open-minded, willing to add to their knowledge. There's a lot of brilliant people, but they're still willing to learn a little bit. So again, excited to have everybody here. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to have a lot of exciting things happen over the next couple of days.
So thank you all for joining. Let me explain a little bit about Satology. So there was Satology is made up of two words called Sat, is a Sanskrit word, and the second is Logos. So when you say Satology, that means science of truth or study of truth. So science of truth or study of truth, because when we talk about Satology, if you look at in the global space, there's a word called mythology, and the mythology has actually destroyed the identity of many people. Very few people understand that myth is a Sanskrit word which means a fake lie or imagination. And logos is a Latin word or Greek origin word. It says study or science. So when you combine the two etymologically, it becomes science or study of fake lie or imagination. Now, opposite of myth in English language is Sat, which means, or Sanskrit is Sat. So Sat plus Logos, and using the same etymological principles, it becomes Satology. So it's a true antonym of mythology. In fact, the Oxford Dictionary, Cambridge, and American English dictionaries must use this word going forward to highlight the history being propagated by Mahabharata, Ramayana, Puranas. Because in all my books, I have given GPS coordinates of places mentioned in Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Purana, and they have been 100% accurate. In fact, I travel using my own book. So when people tell me, please visit here, and then I've written 15 books. So in my travel, when I use those GPS coordinates, and then I can come there exactly at the same spot where the Purana says. Many of the places in the world have been renamed. Like, for example, in Peru, a place called Candelabra Paracas has been renamed as to be Candelabra Paracas, which finds mention in Ramayana. When Sugriva's armies reach that place, it's called Trishira, and it's a place of Yajnavedika symbol on Peruvian east coast, west coast. Now that's the place to which Sugriva comes from India to that place. Now there's another place mentioned in South America, which is incidentally called Pushkar Dweep, which is coming from Ramayana again and Mahabharata also. Pushkar Dweep, it mentions that behind the Trishira sign is called the mountain known as Udaygiri, which is nowadays known as Andes. Okay? So, and there are places in Pushkar Dweep called Ananta Pahars, Ananta Mountains. And luckily, those names are the same in those in the Pushkar in Peru and other countries to be Ananta, the same name. So there are a lot of places names have been changed, and many places, many people must be wondering what's the ancient name of USA, the land North America. The ancient Sanskrit name for USA is Kronchiti. Incidentally, if you look at it, it looks like a bird with its beak going and catching a snake. And the snake is a small peninsula which is connecting North and South America. And the beak is Florida. And the bird is pouncing to catch. And that's the national flag of Mexico, by the way. So it's so accurate. And also the Puranas mentioned a very beautiful incident of Skanda, the son of Shiva, fighting a war in North America, in Kronchudip, and that is also here. So the ancient histories from Purana, Ramayana, Mahabharata have been brought to light. So see, many times the way I research is very simple. Is that I take the shloka, Sanskrit verse from Purana, and I treat it like an axiomatic truth, and then I use that information. I triangulate it so that I don't go wrong. If you have 3 points of analysis, then you can't go wrong. So I triangulate that with information from Mahabharata and Ramayana and Purana, combine it, and then I arrive at a certain point that yes, this is the place. And then I never go wrong. And then I travel to those places after I've written them in my book. So it's I'm double sure. So if I'm wrong, then I'll admit it. But so far I've tried 55 places from my books, and not a single place has been proved wrong. In fact, many places in India I have visited, like a place called Varkala Swami Janardhanam Temple. That place was not known to the world, but that is the place where Ravan convinces Marichi to kidnap Sita. And then you have some places like Rishabh Mountains in the northern Karnataka areas, and which have been which have been actually those places have been mis uh, mis have been renamed many times now. Have been renamed. So those are the things which I have done with my books. Uh, from Satology, we also started Satology Gurukul, and we need your support. And those of you who are watching all over the world, we have another company called Learn Think Share for corporate training and things like that. So all these projects are started so people can take advantage of it and share with their own communities. Our YouTube channel is very small, but I do come on YouTube channel regularly to share about the dharmic way of looking at the current geopolitics. And also, we have many partners who are helping us in a big way. You will hear me throughout the day, so I'm not going to bore you. So I'm going to have Gayatri Devi speak here. Gayatri ji.
नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल, राम राम सा, खम्मा घड़ी, वणक्कम, pranam. Adi bhai, thank you so much for inviting me and lots of wishes for this conference. May this become a super hit. Last year physically किया था, इस बार हम online कर रहे हैं for certain reasons. I know Adi bhai from almost like three years, 4 years. हमने शो किए, पहला शो किया, फिर अचानक से इंडिया यूएस relations started. Almost I think on a daily basis or alternate day we are doing shows about the India US relationship. But what is so unique about Aditya bhai is that his grip over the ancient and plus the current, it makes it very unique actually. For you to understand anything in its proper context, it becomes very necessary that you understand the historical perspective as well. If you miss out on that, the story is still incomplete. So that's how we started 3.5 years back somewhere, and both of us been there in touch and been doing shows. He's doing a marvelous job, and I must say it is a very bold and a very courageous step to talk about something which others generally try to ignore or avoid because of lack of audience, because of lack of probably not too many people out there listening. So, given that fact, he's still doing something which he feels होना चाहिए. Actually, होना चाहिए reality में. But ऐसा हो नहीं पाता है. But kudos to you, Adi bhai, that you're doing such a wonderful job on your own, all by yourself. So much of hard work, dedication, and then he's rolling out books like every 2 months. I'm like, आपको टाइम कब मिलता है बुक्स लिखने का? हाउ डू यू मैनेज इवन? मतलब मेरे साथ शो कर रहे हो, उसके बाद बुक्स पढ़ाई कर रहे हो, फिर बुक्स भी लिख रहे हो, then you're doing Sattology also and managing family and the kids also. धनुष को भी संभालना है, वो छोटी सी प्यारी सी बिल्ली का नाम मैं भूल गई हूँ, उसको भी संभालना है. So it's like his hands are full the whole time, and yet he manages. If I no, it's so sweet. Whenever I'll call, he'll say, "अच्छा 15 minute wait करो, मैं आ रहा हूँ." So that's his favorite line. So thank you so much, and lot of wishes about अपने बारे में मैं क्या बताऊँ. गायत्री हूँ, मॉम हूँ, लेक्चरर हूँ, लॉयर हूँ. अब यूट्यूब पे मैंने पिछले 2-3 साल से काम करना शुरू किया था. मैं सोशल मीडिया पर्सन. सो बस इतना से इंट्रोडक्शन है. एंड वी ऑल लव यू आदि भाई. वी ऑल acknowledge your efforts, the hard work, the dedication, the sincerity. It's one of its kind. जी.
Thank you so much, Gayatri ji.
And हाँ, ये बताना मैं भूल गई थी. It was a surprise for me when he started showing me couple of his guns and all, and I was like, ये कहाँ से? तो he's like, I am very fond of weapons and all, and I was like, oh my god, इस पे show करते हैं. Then he started speaking about certain weapons of India and USA, and that is during those talks that I got to know. I was like, आपको इतना technical कैसे पता है? आप तो Sattology की book लिखते हो, 5 पांडवास लिखते हो, फिर वो कर्मा इज अ, मैं पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं करूंगी, BITCH, आप ये लिखते हो, तो ये कहाँ से आया? Then he told me he's a pass out from DC, like it's a reputed engineering college in India. It comes in the top 10, Delhi College of Engineering. So he is full of surprises also, by the way. मतलब आप शॉक मत होइएगा अगर ये नई नई चीजें बताने लगे आपको. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Gayatri. And do follow what Gayatri is doing a wonderful work with alternate channel, the alternate media. She's very popular in India, and she has actively sent out links to everyone. So, and she sent me a beautiful Raksha Bandhan Rakhi as well. So do follow her channel and support what she's doing. So thank you, Gayatri ji, for coming. So we'll get on with the next schedule we have going on. So we have the chief joining from Ande Apache Nation. I don't. He's joining there, and after that at 10 a.m. will be Jim Lutz. Before that, we have also Dr. Venu Prabhakar. If he's there, please let me know. And Galit would like to speak. Yes. So Galit is going to present. So we are in a studio. So Galit is going to come and present. So Galit Gordon is the She runs Gaming Cipher, and she's been an active supporter for Sattology for a very long time. So she's here, and she's going to speak about us and also a new game she has launched. It's based on my book called Satology Treasure Hunt. So do support her and see what we can do. Disconnect.
Hi, how are you? It's very nice to have everybody here. I'm very pleased to be here. We always love spending time with Adi, and when he told us, hey, let's form a company, Learn, Think, Share, I couldn't be happier. So it's been really nice. As Adi was saying, I am from Gaming Cipher. It's a gaming company that I formed 12 years ago. And right now we are working on a game called Sattology Treasure Quest, which is an educational Sattology-based mobile game. So I'll be talking a lot more about it today at 4:15. I'll be showing some slides, but right now I just wanted to announce it. I'm very excited about it because not only do you get to have fun, you also get to meditate, you get to learn about exciting places that Adi has traveled to, and I think everybody would absolutely love it. So I thank everybody again for being here, and I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you.
And so we have the chief coming on board. He's trying to log in. So the moment he logs in, we'll have his the time zone for those of you who are asking is the West time zone, West Coast, Pacific time zone. So we'll take some of the questions will be live whole day today. So please do whatever questions you have. Comments are also coming in. Hari gives skill to write. You don't know in reality. Okay. So festival link is on the chat as well as on X as well. So Gokul Agarwala, we don't see his video. So there was a problem in the Rupa Prasad. Now we are watching you on YouTube. Thank you all for joining. So in exactly 8 minutes, in 15 minutes, we'll have Jim Lutz coming on talking about the mindset programming. So one of the things which we also train people at Satology. So we are in more than 600 campuses. People watch us across the United States, and plus we have daily, like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Gurukul online, as well as Gurukul on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the yoga communities. People can join over there. And also there are new initiatives that we have taken, which is coming to the bringing the knowledge of ancient history to the universities. So we are now tied up with at least 3 universities in India and 5 in the US, where Satology is going to become a topic of study. So that will be a major boost. There are 255 researches being done on my book, and sometimes the books get completely copied. So that's okay while doing research. But my suggestion to all those people who are writing books is that use my information and build on it, build something else on it. So I'm waiting for the other members to also join. So Vibhuti could not come. Those of you are asking about Vibhuti, is he could not come because he has some prior engagement. Actually. So let me ask some questions actually. If Gokul Agarwala is there and Sham Mendre is there. So Shamji, what do you think? Apart from the geopolitics, what's going on, whatever the going on between US and India, and other than what you think, that how is the humanity going to see with the information that we are providing?
यस आप जो इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं वो तो बहुत ही वैल्यूएबल है, लेकिन अगर ह्यूमंस को सरवाइव करना है तो गौ सेवा करनी बहुत जरूरी है. आपको बताया आज मेरे पास 110 गौ माता है मैं लास्ट 5 साल से गो सेवा कर रहा हूँ और मुझे कभी लगता है कि एक काम मैंने पहले क्यों नहीं चालू किया। ये काम में इतना सेटिस्फेक्शन मिल रहा है और अभी इतना नॉलेज मुझे मिला है इसमें से कि इंडिया में मतलब आई वांट टू गिव फ्यू फिगर्स। जब हमारा देश 1947 में आज़ाद हुआ तभी इंडिया में 80 करोड़ गौमाता थी, इंडियन देसी काऊ, और आज हमारे पास सिर्फ 8 करोड़ बची है। और हमारी लोक संख्या वो टाइम इट वाज 30 करोड़ एंड गौ माता थी 80 करोड़, और अभी हमारी लोक संख्या है 140 करोड़ और गौ माता बची है 8 करोड़। हमारा मिल्क का कंजम्पशन इंडिया में पर डे 65 लाख लीटर्स है, लेकिन प्रोडक्शन जो है एक्चुअल गौ माता का, उसमें मैं भैंस भी पकड़ रहा हूँ और जर्सी काऊ भी ले रहा हूँ, तो सब पकड़ के 16 लाख लीटर से। तो इतनी मिलावट होती है। और ये जो मिल्क आ रहा है A1 मिल्क बहुत ही डेंजरस है ह्यूमन बॉडी के लिए। तो मैं मेरे पूरे ऑफिस में, मेरे फ्रेंड सर्कल में जो भी मेरे सानिध्य में आता है उनको मैं रिकमेंड करता हूँ कि ट्राई टू बाय एंड कंज्यूम ओनली A2 मिल्क, देसी काऊ का मिल्क। तो मैं आज अगले 5-6 साल में देसी काऊ के ऊपर बहुत सारा काम कर रहा हूँ और मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप जैसे लोग हमारे पास आए, जुड़े, देखे मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ। मैं गायत्री देवी का प्रोग्राम भी अटेंड किया हूँ पुणे में, वो मुझे जानती है। नमस्ते गायत्री देवी।
दिल्ली में आप भूल गए हो, दिल्ली
सॉरी
दिल्ली में।
सॉरी, दिल्ली में दिल्ली में। तो आप इंडिया आइए और प्लीज विजिट मी। हमारे दूसरे, मैं इनका नाम भूल गया हूँ अभी, इनको भी मैं इनवाइट करना
शरद
चाह रहा
मोहन जी,
हूँ।
शरद मोहन जी।
शरद मोहन जी, आप भी आइए। और मेरा अल्टीमेट एम है गुरुकुल चालू करना है मुझे। तो गुरुकुल के लिए मुझे अंकित जी और आदित्य जी, गायत्री जी और शरद मोहन जी, ऐसे आप जैसे लोगों की, और वो मिस केडिया थी, उनके पास तो वो तो नॉलेज का भंडार है उनका। मतलब मैं उनको सुनते रहता हूँ और इट्स अमेजिंग टू लिसन टू हर। तो उनको भी मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा, सबको इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा। मैं मुंबई में रहता हूँ, मेरा फार्म भी मुंबई से बहुत नज़दीक है। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि आप आइए और गौ माता का सेवा जो मैं कर रहा हूँ उसमें मुझे सहयोग करें। धन्यवाद।
Okay. Chief?
मैं कुछ बताना चाहूँगा और कैन आई टॉक?
Yes, yes, please go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to talk about India-US relationship now, which is very strenuous, पूरी मतलब टेंशन में है सब लोग, लेकिन इंडिया में कोई टेंशन में नहीं है। I would like to say that in India, the general perception of the common man, they are very annoyed with USA. It's like अभी अगर आप कॉमन आदमी को पूछे तो दे से यूएस इज लाइक पाकिस्तान, ऐसी बात करते हैं लोग। तो जो भी हो रहा है मुझे पता नहीं अच्छे के हो रहा है या बुरे के लिए, लेकिन मेरे बिजनेस में तो जो भी मेरे क्लाइंट्स है बहुत दुखी है और इनके लिए तो नाइटमेयर है। लेकिन आपको पता है इंडियंस तो बहुत होशियार है, सबसे होशियार लोग मेरे हिसाब से दुनिया में इंडियंस ही है। हमारे पास जो दिमाग है किसी के पास नहीं है। और हम ये तो ढूंढ ही लेंगे, अगर कोई भी मार्केट हमको रोक नहीं सकता है। धन्यवाद।
So I would like to, from Satology, like to welcome Chief Red Cloud, my most respected brother and the leader of the entire Apache Nation, Chief Red Cloud. Please go ahead. So I am the ambassador of Anti-Apache Nation, international ambassador, and with a kind help from the chief. So chief, please go ahead.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on board on this podcast. And I'm sorry I didn't get to say the opening prayer, but I am Chief Angel Geronimo Sanchez Redigo. On behalf of the Anti-Apache Nation, I am honored to open this conference to those that are listening live and those who will watch the podcast all over the world. I pray for you, and I have love in your heart as we have for each other and every one of you. And I offer my blessings. I want to give you the blessings in our native language. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and translate the best I can into English. And I have it written down right here, of course. And I'm going to start with the blessing in our language. It's ne'eh na ish ahe gon. Bikahe na isha ehe ate. Ne gon na isha ehe. Ne gon. Bike shiya ate ahe. Ne gon shihe. Ne gon bikahe shi ate. Ate gon. Gon shishe. Ne gon bekahe shi ahetahe. Ne gon shashi. Ne gon bekahea shi ya ata ahe. Nango eshita hegon. Now I'm going to do the translation. It's not exactly, but this is the best I could do with the translation. Um, and let's see. O great spirit of truth, external source of light and wisdom, we gather here today as seekers and keepers of what which is the truth, not the fleeting tales of illusions, but the external stories written in the soul, blessed circle of men and women, each heart turned into the rhythm of righteousness, each mind open to the ancient truth and guide us and still. Let our words be clear, our intentions pure, and our actions rooted in the scattered knowledge passed down through generations. May we honor the ancestors who walked before us and prepare the path for those yet to come. Unite us in purpose, straighten us in spirit, and let this gathering be a beacon of light in the world that offers and often forgets. We ask for wisdom to discern, courage and speak, and humility to listen. In truth we stand, in truth we walk, and in truth we rise together. Aho naish. That means God bless us all. And I love the podcast. I love what everyone was saying. And yes, you folks are right. We have to set a path for our future generation. And we have to guide them and be, most importantly, not just a beacon and light for them, but also to be examples and lead them, because we're living in a world of technology, and our youth is now confused. They have no direction, but we are the direction, and we have to be that example and guide them, because again, right now, I mean, I'm not the future generation anymore. I'm the past generation, but our job as collectively is to gather our minds and to help our future generation to learn our way. And the way is to, take care of Mother Earth, to take care of each other, and most importantly, to educate each other. Right now, the way the world is, it's just so chaotic. It's I turn on the news. It's just so sad to see the things that are happening, and how our youth is suffering at that hand. So I commend all of you, and I respect all of you for being of the same wavelength as our people are. We have the same ideas, believe it or not. Just by listening to you, it's exactly what we want, and I think collectively we could make it happen. So let's make that happen. And thank you, and I take my hat off to all of you. And God bless you all. Tika, and for having me on your podcast. And Adi, I turn it back to you, my brother. I love you, brother, and God bless you, okay? Richard, it's good seeing you again, brother, wherever you're at. Okay, go for it, Adi. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for coming and blessing us all with your prayers. And also for all the people who are joining live. Chief will be there. Please follow the schedule. Chief is going to come and speak more at upcoming panels today and during the day today also. And there are many other people joining from different parts. So Jim Lutz has already joined now. I'm going to give the platform to Richard to introduce Jim Lutz properly and then take it forward. Welcome, Jim. Richard.
Good morning.
Good morning. There we go. Why am I frozen?
We got you moving. Okay, so
there's a delay.
I'd like to welcome our esteemed friend, Mr. Jim Lutz. And Jim has a long history of helping.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? There's a delay.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
No, there's sir, there's a delay. Okay, because there's a delay on the video. Just right now, I'm raising my hand.
Yeah, we see you moving. Okay, so we'll move forward. So Jim Lutz has a long history of helping people, right? He'll share with you his skill set and how he got where he is. But definitely what resonated with me and what resonated with Adi is that Jim has a long history of helping people. He's done it at a lot of sacrifice, a lot of training. You know, he's definitely incorporated the learning, he's incorporated the truth, and he's incorporated how he can use that to help people, not just use it to further his own knowledge and further his own advancement in life. So that's why we're happy to have him here. And he's going to share with you some thoughts, again, about how to help people, how the mind works. And again, like I said, he has lots of skills and lots of talent. So go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hello. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm hearing multiple voices at one time, and there's a little bit of a Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and start, but it's going about 15 seconds after I talk is when I actually. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and start it out. It's going to be a little challenging for me. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I haven't because I'm not. Richard, I don't know if I can pull this off. I apologize to you because when I say something, then I'm with a 15-second.
Yeah, we're hearing a little reverberation on this end as well. Everything's muted on this
side. Would you like me to try to log back?
Yeah, please. That will help because everything's muted on this end. So try to just log back in. And then, as you know, world of technical is always going to be challenging. Yeah, log back in and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Okay, life in the real world when you're going live. Again, anybody that's done any live performance, even talking on FaceTime to your family, you're going to have some glitches. So the key is to just keep rolling with it. And again, the first key is to always just try to log back in, right? That's we got a lot of high technical IT people out there, but that's always the first step is to log back in, right? You can call the highest technical guy in the world. The first thing he's going to say is try to log back in. Okay, so try it again, Jim. We did our log back in. Let's see.
Hey, I think I'm real time right now. Can you hear me?
It definitely makes a difference. So,
there we go. I mean, I talk to myself all the time, and so to hear myself talking to myself on this, I think I might be losing my mind. But Richard, thank you for everybody having me on, and I watched some of the other speakers, and this is a very special webinar because it really hits home with me to listen to so many global perspectives on how humanity and a collective of individuals worldwide. So Richard, we've been friends for a long time, and Richard and I both have martial arts backgrounds. We haven't fought each other yet, but and I hope we never do. But Richard, thanks again for having me on. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a backstory. The reason I'm going to tell you this is because then I'm going to share how my story actually culminated into a career helping people all over the world. I've been in the personal development, motivational speaking, self-empowerment, human potential industry for 30 years. And that's a long time, and I have multiple companies under my umbrella. I'm fortunately considered by many to be one of the top mind experts in the world, incorporating psychoneuroimmunology, hypnosis, psychosomatic parenthetics, neurolinguistics. That's kind of my oceanography, or astronomy, if you will, because it's never fully explored. So I'm a little OCD on that subject because it's never fully explored. I love all the different opinions, all the different strategies, tactics, beliefs that culminate into the same thing. So, I'm a native San Diegan, and so I didn't know really what I was going to do with my life. I had no idea. I sat on a wall in Pacific Beach, and I was in my early 20s, and a gentleman sat down next to me, divine intervention, serendipity. And I was in my 20s. He was an old guy. He was about 40. So I sat down next to him, and we had a fascinating conversation. And that, if I could find him today, I would owe him a lot for what he shared with me. And he said that he was an entrepreneur, and I didn't know what an entrepreneur was. I had no idea what it was at that point. And he said, Jim, you build yourself, and then you build your life. And I still didn't really grab the concept of the depth of it that he was talking about. So what he told me is, you build your mind because that becomes your ally or your adversary. And most people these days, especially as the one gentleman was saying, we're so responsive and inundated with information and social media and everything that the human mind has a very restrictive amount of recuperative period. In other words, the synaptic responses are firing constantly with no recuperative period for the most part. Even a professional boxer needs to rest a minute between rounds. But because we don't have that rest period, we're not really engaging the full capability of the mind. And so he gave me some books, or told me some books to read, the normal personal development books. And as I was reading those books, it kept bringing up the subconscious mind, the unconscious mind. It kept referencing that. And I thought it was pretty fascinating. So I bought every book I could, and I read every book that I could. And then I went to a party, believe it or not, in Del Mar, California. And there was a hypnotist there. And he was doing the funny stuff, at the party, the joking stuff. And he kept mentioning the subconscious mind. So I said, well, that's what these books are mentioning. It was in a different context because he was, making people forget their name and sticking them to the wall and, just doing entertainment at a girl's birthday party. And I drew that correlation. I called the gentleman over afterwards and I said, I want to do that. And I don't only want to do it, I want to be one of the best in the world. And where do I learn this? So he referred me to a gentleman in Los Angeles that was one of the top hypnosis experts in the world. I drove up and I met this gentleman, and I had to almost beg him to teach me. I was pretty persistent back then. I was, wasn't going to take no for an answer. And I told him, I'm going to learn from you, whatever it takes. And he said, will you drive to Los Angeles every weekend for 3 months? I said, absolutely. And so this will lead into where, the mind with tenacity, drive, focus, vision, commitment, and discipline got me to where I'm at. So I drove up there and I learned from him. And then I embarked upon my career. And that was when I was probably 30 years old. I'm in my 60s now. That was when I was, around 30 years old. And it brought me to a career that not only had a reciprocal, it was a very profitable, and still is to this day, a very profitable career. But it's also, I'm making my money by giving. I'm not making my money by taking. I'm doing something for people, not to people. And we see that dichotomy out in the world these days. And so if you're able to contribute to people's lives, then there's no reason that you you can't have, a robust and abundant life, yourself. So when it comes to the human mind, I began to specifically focus on hypnosis because it was a way to expedite accessing the subconscious mind. And I'm sure many people on here understand or have heard of what that is. So you take, for instance, affirmations. Nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong. But the challenge with an affirmation is this is called the critical factor of the human mind. And I'll show you what that is in a moment. An affirmation has to come from the conscious mind and drip until some of it gets through. Some of it will get through. Usually what happens with people is they start doing reverse affirmations unintentionally. This isn't working. I've been doing this. I've been giving my affirmations for health and relationships and emotions and money, and it's not working. So you mitigated or restricted the ability of that to even work. With subconscious reprogramming, which is a strategy within the umbrella of hypnosis, you are removing what's called the critical factor. Let me explain what that is. When you are born, you have an open conduit, if you will, from the conscious mind to the subconscious. And the subconscious mind is programmed three dominant ways: repetition, authority figure, and traumatic incident. Repetition, authority figure, traumatic incident. So for instance, when you are a child, you don't have what's called the critical factor. Now, the critical factor is like the bouncer at a nightclub or the guard at the gate. And that is it comes in place around 9 to 12 years old. Prior to that, whatever an authority figure says is accepted as true. Repetitive statements are accepted as true. Traumatic incident is self-explanatory. It's accepted as true. So when you have a child of 8 years old and an authority figure tells them about Santa Claus or, some fictional character, that child believes it. And the subconscious never forgets anything, ever. I have regressed people under hypnosis to where they grab their head because it was the forceps pulling them out of the birth canal. They never forget anything. So you might hear a song that you haven't thought of in 20 years, but it was still there. And then that elicited the emotions and maybe took you back to the time when you heard that song the first time. It's a storehouse. It's always there. So around 9 to 12, the critical factor comes into place. That's where you have enough life experience to challenge Santa Claus or challenge what is being told. And the problem with that, or the challenge with that, is let's say it's a nightclub. All the people are in the nightclub already before the critical factor or the bouncer shows up. So now you have good people, bad people, nice people, mean people, pretty people, ugly people. You have all these people in the nightclub that are creating chaotic thoughts and create a chaotic environment. Those people are the thoughts or the programming that went in prior to being 9 to 12 years old, roughly. So what subconscious programming does under a level of expertise, it removes that critical factor that was in place at about 9 or 12. So it removes it temporarily. You can now go into metaphorically, the nightclub and say, you can stay, you have to go. You can stay, you have to go. If they serve you and your intentions in life, then they can stay. But we have to get rid of everybody else and get them out. A perfect example of that would be if you had a dream that, well, let's do it this way. Speed your heart rate up right now. Now, some of you people may be able to do it. Most people can't on demand speed their heart rate up or sweat or kick their adrenal glands in. They don't have the ability to do that. Some people with a highly trained mind are able to do that. So if you had a dream tonight, what you're dreaming in the subconscious mind, the subconscious cannot differentiate between what is imagined and what is real. That's why you can make people, forget their name and everything. It can't differentiate. But if you had a dream tonight that there was an intruder in your home and he was going to cause harm to you with a knife or whatever you guys want to do, if he was going to go ahead and you'd wake up, boom, 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 cardiovascular system reacting, adrenal glands, cortisol, sweat. There's nobody there. There's nobody there at that time any more than there is right now. But because the imagination was elicited in the subconscious mind, it is incapable of differentiating between what is imagined and what is real. So using that as a premise, if a person was programmed using these strategies to become a millionaire or to regain their health or control their emotions or attract loving relationships, the subconscious mind now goes to work 24/7, enhancing and amplifying your 5 physical senses. However, your 6th sense or your intuition now becomes enhanced as well. You begin to notice things. It's actually called the reticular activating system. You begin to notice things. You might overhear a conversation that you would be completely capable of hearing before, but since you're programmed to scale your business or you're programmed for relationships, you become acutely aware auditorily and you hear things. You'll see things like a note or a business card. You'll start to begin to see things because all you're doing is enhancing your 5 physical senses, turning them up, and then accessing and merging that, and coupling it with your subconscious mind, which is like a radio station. And so if you have a radio station and you are playing jazz music, the only people that can hear the jazz music are the people that are tuned to that station. If you're tuned to the rock station, you're not going to hear the jazz music. But if you're tuned to that same station, you have a congruency now. Same thing with the subconscious mind. You now have the ability worldwide, globally, to tune in to, they're tuning in to your subconscious programming and your broadcast that you're doing, whatever that is. So they invariably come on board to facilitate and expedite whatever that goal is. The 4 major ones are money, emotions, relationships, and health. Once you have those 4 dynamics operating with fluidity and in concert with each other, the clouds go away and life becomes much easier because there's no internal conflict. We have told the people who could stay in the subconscious, and we kicked everybody out, going back to the nightclub example. You now have a much greater purity of thought based on the fact that there's no interruptions. You've cleared the brush from the roadway. So let me give you a few rules of the mind and how the mind works, and in no particular order. One of the rules is what is expected tends to be realized. And now remember, we're talking about the inner workings of the mind, not conscious mind. What is expected tends to be realized. What does that mean? It means that it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will. If I approach a woman that I'm interested in and I expect her to reject me, then all of my physical attributes, maybe my posture, my voice tone, my eye contact, all of that will not be at its optimal level, but neither will the energetic exchange with that person because they can sense that. Have you ever sat down next to an angry person, even if they had a smile on their face, and you can just sense that there is like some, they're omitting this energy of anger. And so what is expected tends to be realized is a very, very important rule of the mind. Let's go to another one. Every thought creates an organic response in the body. Well, what do you mean, Jim? Well, I mean that when you are thinking about things, then the subconscious becomes intricately involved. So let me give you an example. If you went to an allopathic medical doctor, a regular trained medical doctor, and you said, I have an ulcer, and asked them, what caused my ulcer? They'll usually say, even though they're allopathic, they'll usually say stress. Well, even if he doesn't believe in psychoneuroimmunology or the mind-body connection, he just validated it by saying your thoughts and emotion caused a sore in your stomach. It caused an organic change in your body. So we have to control our thoughts for all of them, right? Money, relationships, emotions, and in this case, health. So another rule of the mind is you cannot hold 2 opposing thoughts at the same time. And what I mean by that is that you can hold them a split second apart, but anxiety and discourse in the mind comes from trying to hold these thoughts at the same time, which is impossible to do. Sometimes that creates uncertainty in the mind because you'll think about this, but I should do this, but I should do this, but I should do this. And it creates that reciprocal looping of anxiety in the mind, which, as you know, runs rampant in society today. Another rule of the mind would be, and this is a kind of a tongue twister, is, and if anybody's typing in the chat, I can't see it because I can't see. So that's okay. The one that is like a tongue twister is every suggestion accepted creates less opposition to every successive suggestion. What do I mean by that? Think about it one more time. Every suggestion accepted creates less opposition to every successive suggestion. That means that if you either give a self-suggestion or you absorb a suggestion by somebody else, then the opposition to the next suggestion becomes less because you're already in the habitual pattern of accepting that suggestion, whether that be advertising, whether that be an interaction with a human, whether that be thoughts. So once you accept a suggestion that I'm not worthy, or I'm sick, or I'm, mentally, overloaded with emotions, then you begin that siphon, if you will, to where it will amplify that and accept the subsequent suggestions even faster. So I hope that makes sense. And let's go over one more. Let's see, a good one to go over is that imagination overrides knowledge every single time. Back to the subconscious. Imagination overrides knowledge every time. I speak at events all over the world. My personal events always sell out. Here in San Diego, we're doing Phoenix, then Las Vegas. In November, we're doing Dubai, Monaco, and London, England. And I'm very blessed to have events that sell out because of people's interest in this topic and how they can apply it sooner than later in their life. But let me give you an example of imagination always overrides knowledge. I know there's exceptions out there in terms of belief, but for the most part, the majority of the population believes that saturated fats and trans fats and the other dietary things out there cause cardiovascular disease. Okay, let's just operate that we all agree on that for one moment. Okay. Then why are you eating that hamburger with bacon and cheese and grease and that pepperoni pizza and all the rest of the stuff? Knowledge dictates you are slowly killing yourself. That's not good. However, the imagination of, I've had a hard week. This is my cheat day. I deserve this. I rationalize it. I justify it. So my imagination takes over and knowledge takes a back seat. Same thing. Let's say there's a woman and she's gaining weight and she wants to be in shape. She knows she shouldn't eat that chocolate cake. She knows that's bad. Knowledge dictates that she shouldn't eat it because it is contributing to her obesity. But it's been a hard week, and now she starts imagining the cake and the chocolate frosting, and now the justification, rationalization, I worked hard, I deserve it, and the knowledge takes a backseat to imagination. Now, when you look at imagination as it's constructed in the subconscious back to where it cannot be differentiated, you have to be very, very careful. If you imagine failure, then that's probably what's going to happen because it will have that effect. If you imagine success, then that's probably what's going to happen because, again, the subconscious mind cannot differentiate between what is imagined and what is real. So let me give you a couple other examples. Remember, repetition, traumatic incident, authority figure. You take a tarantula spider and you put it on a baby's chest. It has no prior knowledge of this creature that's on its chest. So if the parent says, no, spiders are bad, repetitively now you have a fear of spiders. Repetition. If it bites you, you now have traumatic incident, fear of spiders. So now, guess what? You have a fear of spiders or a fear of heights or a fear of intimacy or a fear of whatever that may be because you're only born with two fears, fear of falling and the fear of noise. Those are sensory-based fears because the little baby doesn't know anything about the spider until the adult. So what else is going on in that nightclub of the mind, going back to the original analogy, that you haven't removed yet? You're not good enough. Why can't you be like your brother? You're never going to make it in life. You're a loser. I hate you. You're never going to be anything. Nobody's ever going to love you. in those come before the critical factor, and they're still there, perpetuating toxic thoughts that mitigate progression in health, relationships, emotion, and money. We got to get them out of there, because you will be amazed at how fluid you operate when those are out of there. So let's look at money. We'll divide them up real quick. Money. Money is just a medium of exchange. That's it. It has nothing else. It's an energy of money that you exchange for goods or services. If you have $100,000 and you put it in a shoebox under your bed, nothing changes until it's exchanged for something. And when you exchange it, then you're either exchanging it usually for something that you desire and that you want. But the challenge is people have a adverse opinion about how money works. You see, and there's nothing wrong with this. My brother was a PhD with honors. I am not. So when you look at it, we attach academics to how we make more money. Well, that's not true, because in this country, if you want to know about water, you don't ask a fish, because a fish doesn't see it because it's around it its whole life. If you want to know about the American Free Enterprise System, you usually don't ask an American, because they don't see it. You ask somebody that saw it from an objective standpoint, to where they have the ability to produce as much money as they want, unless they have the programming from authority figure and repetition that money doesn't grow on trees. You have to save every penny. Money's in lacking. There's no money. There's plenty of money. It just might not be in that person's bank account. That's all. There's plenty of money out there, and there's plenty of strategies and tactics to get it once you believe you can do it. So when I program people at my events or private clients on how to do money, I'll say, what do you make a year? And they will say, I make, let's say $40,000 a year. I said, okay, good. How much do you want to make? $1 million a year. Okay, can you do that? Sure, you could, if you're in the right, way to do it. But here's the challenge with that. You have to keep congruency between belief and reality and excitement. So if somebody's making $40,000 a year and they tell me I want to make $1 million a year, then I say, here's the challenge. That's exciting, isn't it? Yes, it is. But your subconscious mind doesn't believe you can do it. So you're just going to stay right where you're at, because there's no belief that coincides with the programming. So what I tell those people is, I said, let's program you for $80,000 a year. Now, they have seen people that make $80,000 a year. They believe that might even be possible. And it's really exciting to double your income. Once you get to 80, let's go to 160, 320. 320, 640, boom, over $1 million a year, because you didn't go from here all the way to the top of the ladder. You incrementally went up. Before you can make $1 million a year, you need to make $100,000 a year. So don't make that leap to where you detach from your believability. So that's one example of money. Let's move to relationships. What is expected tends to be realized. Right? The rule of the mind. So are you expecting to have a loving, harmonious, fruitful relationship that serves others and including yourself in all physical, emotionally, in every aspect? Or are you not worthy of that relationship because repetition programmed you against it, because when you were a child, some girl made fun of you, or as you got older, you had 4 women reject you or men reject you. So that programming is now there, which creates a self-fulfilling prophecy and an expectation of failure in a relationship. As you probably have heard, then that can sometimes migrate into sabotage, right? You've seen that before. They sabotage what's a really good relationship because of their own lack of self-esteem, their own self-image that's not in place. I don't deserve this. I'm not worthy of it. And multiple other reasons that can be corrected with the correct mindset, if you will. Mindset is a very overused term these days, but we can use that. So then you can program your mind for a loving relationship. So now let's just say you had your money on track up here. You had your relationships on here. You know where you're going. You might not be there yet. Now we go to emotions. Emotions are either an ally or an adversary. I have an ongoing statement that nobody can make me angry. Go ahead and try it. It's impossible for you to make me angry. Why? Because I'm no one's puppet, and no circumstance, person, place, thing, or situation is going to be my puppet master. I don't allow it. It's not going to, I'm not triggered. Nobody will ever do that. And I have a $5,000 bet with all of my friends and acquaintances. I have a $5,000 bet that if you can make me angry, I'll give you $5,000. They can't, because I'm not going to allow them to be my puppet master, because I'm in control of my emotions, and the emotional energy can be redirected into money, redirected into health, redirected into relationships. So why would I waste those units of energy by becoming emotional about something? Now, remember, we have a selection process. If I want to feel love, I'll turn it way up. If I want to feel intimacy, I'll turn it way up. If I want to feel excited, I'll turn it way up. If I want to feel anticipatory, I'll turn it way up. But I'm not going to allow those other emotions to integrate with what is my most valuable thing, which is my personal power and energy and self and soul and everything in here. You're not going to take that. So, and I know Richard and I, as I said, we both have backgrounds in martial arts. So a long time ago, like 20 years ago, I still have this same statement or premise. So I was out on a date, and the woman said, "So nobody can make you angry?" I said, "No." And they go, "What if that guy sitting at the bar area, what if he threw his drink in your face to me? Would I get angry?" And I told her, "No, I wouldn't get angry." And she goes, "Really? You would just let him do it?" I said, "I didn't say that, did I?" You see, I didn't say that, but I would get up and he would have a really bad evening. But I don't need to be angry to do that. I can retain it. For some of my friends are top UFC fighters. They don't have to get angry. They don't have to get angry. So you're retaining that emotional energy units, let's call it, to put into your relationship. So the fertilizer is going on the other plants that are in here. I'm using a lot of different analogies, but I hope it's making sense. So you definitely want to learn how to control the emotions so you don't expend those energy units to this individual or this circumstance, or the fact the guy isn't going through the green light when it turned green, or they stole your parking spot, or the elevator is slow, or the dog got out, or whatever that is. Those are just circumstances in the journey of life, and you can't only live in between the lines. So when I do my seminars, some people, they think that what I'm showing them is complex. It's not. It's not hard to learn all of this. It's just harder than you thought it was. It's not hard. It's just harder than you thought it was. So if you're looking at, let's think of an example of the programming. There's a company called Nike, the tennis shoe company. Now, on the tennis shoe company, most people know what their slogan is. And their slogan is, just do it, right? Just do it. Just do it. Okay, did you memorize that? No, you didn't memorize that. But most people can't get it out of their head. Why? Authority figure, maybe Michael Jordan, and repetition. They know what they're doing. So that's more programming that's taking residency in your mind that has no actual functional purpose. So I'd like to challenge you to get it out. You can't get it out. I could get it out. Somebody with a high level subconscious skills could get it out. I'm not the only one. But for you just to say, I'm going to erase that from my memory, you can't do it. Just like people can't erase poverty thinking, just like they can't erase emotional reactions to circumstances, they become triggered again. Just like they can't erase 2 failed marriages, and that carries over. Just like they can't erase the fact that they had a health challenge at one point. Which brings me to the next topic I wanted to touch on, which is the other pillar, if you will, is health. Now, everybody goes through their own journey of healing, but this is my personal experience, and that could be a breakup, it could be anything. Personally, I would heal sooner than later. If at all, I would use whatever it takes to get through that barrier and to the other side, because the rest of your life is waiting on the other side. I was working with a woman one time, and she goes, "Well, I was my father abused me," and I don't do very many private clients anymore. My students do that. I like the events and the trainings. And she said, "My father abused me." I said, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, he did. And it's just affecting me. It's just affecting me completely. I said, okay. And I go, where's your father? And she goes, oh, he died 5 years ago. Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. And I asked her, I go, who's abusing you now? And she looked at me and she goes, I don't know. So, well, I'm going to be quiet. Why don't you think about it for a few minutes? And she looked at me, and this story actually comes from another friend of mine who had the same experience with a client that he had before this one ever happened. And she goes, I'm abusing myself? I go, yeah, you are. Because the person that abused you is gone. He's dead. He passed away. It's impossible for him to abuse you anymore. But because it's stored in the subconscious mind, she's replaying the tapes over and over and over. That's affecting her marriage, fear of intimacy, fear of getting close, inability to love fully on. So I said, I want you to imagine, and this comes from a colleague of mine, I want you to imagine this pin. When are you going to put the pin down? You're going to put it down when you're ready to put it down. So you just let go of the pin. So when are you going to let go of those toxic subconscious beliefs about you're still being abused? Because you're not. So see the insidious facts of the human mind of how they can, this could happen for a year, 2 years, 3 years, a lifetime until they're ready to put it down. So in terms of the emotions, once you learn to control those, once you learn to control, to pull the barrier away from how much money you can make, then you're working on the relationship, then you work into health. Okay. So yours truly here, Jim Lutz, healthy. Yeah. Always been healthy. 100%. Work out every day, eat right, take all the supplements, everything, right? 8 years ago, I woke up. Thank God I woke up, but I woke up and I had a little weird feeling in the back of my head and I didn't know what it was. So I went to the doctor. They said it's probably stress. I said, I don't really stress about anything. And they go, I don't know. So I went and got an MRI, and to where they, put me in the machine and did a brain scan. So I saw the neurologist. It was her, and she walks in. You ever been there to where you're like sitting in the doctor's office and they walk in with their little folder and you're going, oh no. And she goes, well, I've got good news and bad news. What do you want? Well, let's start with the good news. And she said, great. What you have is not going to kill you. Okay. Well, what's the bad news? And she said, you have a rare condition that only 1 in 5 million people have, or some incredible statistic. And the only way that you're not going to turn into a monster. And I go, what do you mean by a monster? She goes, your whole face is going to squish up. Now, I'm a motivational speaker. I'm on videos, and your whole face is just going to contort and squeeze progressively until it's just going to be like all just scrunched up, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to twitch and get all scrunched up. I go, holy smokes, really? She goes, yeah. I go, well, who has this? She goes, not very many people. Or figures me, right? So I said, all right, what do we do? And she said, well, the only cure for that is risky brain surgery with a chance of 50-50 survival. So since it wasn't going to kill me, I thought about it for a couple months. I said, well, I don't live like that. So I packed a bag. I went to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was the only doctor in the entire country, not La Jolla, nothing. The only doctor in the entire country that could do this operation because it's so rare. So I packed a bag and I went there. And they carved my head open. They put me back together, and I stayed there for a few days. And I came back to San Diego. They fixed me. It was gone. They cured me. They healed me. They, did their thing. 6 weeks later, to the day, I fell over right where I'm looking at you from, in this room, from a massive fatal heart attack. Me? No high blood pressure, no cholesterol issues, no family history, nothing whatsoever. Boom. Paramedics came, took me to UCSD Medical Center. So I had brain surgery, a heart attack, and heart surgery within 6 weeks. Figured I'd get it all out of the way, right? So where I'm going with this is there's not always a reason why things will happen necessarily, even though we can argue that point. But now I thought it was time to put psychoneuroimmunology to work, which is a section, if you will, of the field of hypnosis and neurolinguistics and subconscious programming. So I began to spend 2 hours a day in meditation and self-hypnosis. They're very similar. They're both in alpha state with a dip into theta. And so I began to do that. And this time it was purely to restore my body to perfect health and not look at those 5 bottles of medication that are sitting over there. So did it work? Yeah, it did work. 8 years later, I'm not on any medication, clean bill of health, heart's perfect, brain perfect, mind, hopefully it's on track. And yeah, I'm good. So would I attribute that to what I did? I certainly would attribute it to what they did in the acute phase, but I also firmly believe I restored my body back to perfect health. As the diagnostics now say, I'm not on any medication, anything whatsoever. So I think sometimes, and this applies to all of you, sometimes we believe things, but we don't deploy or execute those things. Sometimes people easily say, oh, I believe this, but you're not doing that. You see, all beliefs are false until you determine they're true for you. And at that point, they're only true for you. So we have a tendency to pollute our mind in many different ways. So I want to go over what I call the keys, during our time together. I want to go over what I call the keys. And you will see that in money, relationships, emotion, and health, once those function together, your life has this fluidity. It has that fluidity of all of a sudden, everything that seems so difficult is not difficult anymore because one of those affects the other, right? Health can affect your finances. Anxiety can affect your relationship, can affect your job, which also, you get that. So they all have to work in concert together. Once you do that, you're the best version of you. It is mind-boggling how you can make more money than you ever thought without changing hardly anything. A little bit. You can have a loving relationship that you thought was impossible. All of a sudden you have this peace and this emotional control, if you will, to where you just your mind doesn't go there anymore. And then you integrate programming for health in all of your systems and everything else, and you're on point. So here's the keys. One is self-awareness. We spend so much time, as I said before, on social media, television, this, that, out and about, pumping in podcasts, whatever we're doing, that we lose some of our self-awareness. Now, right now, you have self-awareness. We're always aware that we're where we are. But there's a difference between self-awareness and self-observation. For instance, somebody could have an issue with alcohol. And they're sitting at the bar, and their self-awareness is, I'm having a drink and I'm sitting at the bar. That's their self-awareness. But it's seen from an internal justification standpoint, because self-observation would be like them looking at themselves from up here. Do they like what they see? Do they like that there you are, half asleep, half drunk, sitting at the bar? But when you're aware of that, it doesn't have the same impact as self-observation. When you're aware that you're sitting on the couch, you're aware of that. But if you use self-observation, you might not like the way you look. It's like, oh my God, I'm like way overweight. But you don't notice that because you're in self-awareness of the environment, which you've accepted at that point. Self-observation is an objective view of that, which initiates change. Now you integrate the subconscious mind. The next key, so that's one key. The next key is self-esteem. Ask yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, how's my self-esteem? Do you have low self-esteem, a low opinion of yourself, or a high opinion of yourself? These are internal programs. They're your thoughts about only you, right? The external environment can only influence you to the point you allow it to influence you. The sponge that absorbs other people's opinions of you, right? So if somebody said to you, you know what, you are or you overheard somebody, that's even better. You overheard, man, that guy or that girl's very unattractive over there. She's ugly. Would you absorb that? If yes, then you're not creating that barrier between external stimuli and selective programming of what you let in. If somebody said to me, Jim, can I tell you something? And I said, sure, what is it? Man, you're really ugly. That's nice. Have a good day. Their opinion means nothing. Nothing unless I allow it to mean something, unless I accept that criticism, or I accept that programming, or I accept that environment. So self-esteem is very important for two reasons. One, your own congruency with who you are as a person, with your mind. Also, other people will migrate toward people with a high self-esteem, not ego, not cockiness, but high self-esteem. Because that's an emotion that they pick up that they want. It's an emotion they pick up that they want. It's like the scent of a flower. You know, it's there, or even cologne. You smell it, you want to be closer to something that makes you feel good. Being around people with high self-esteem, especially if they're encouraging, like I am, especially if they become an ally of yours, even if it's just an acquaintance or somebody you met 15 minutes ago, they want to be around that person, not the toxic person that's complaining all the time, bitching all the time. Yeah, everything's wrong. This is no good. This is on. I mean, those people really aren't people that draw people into their circle. You know, I have a friend of mine, and all he does is complain. It's a habit. Everything. He just looks for what's wrong. And so I don't really go out with him anymore. I didn't tell him that. I just don't want to go out with him anymore, because I want to go out and enjoy my environment. I have limited time on this planet. I'm not young, I'm not old, but I don't have another 50 years. So I have to watch where I invest my time. The next one is self-control. So you've got self-awareness and self-observation. You have self-esteem and self-control. Self-control means, are you reactive? If your child throws a milkshake at the wall, are you reactive to that? You can handle the situation without being reactive, but we become reactive because we don't have any ability to control our emotions, like I was saying earlier. The next one is self motivation. Now, there's intrinsic motivation, extrinsic. Intrinsic means you do it for the love of the journey. Extrinsic means you do it for the prize. Me, I'm intrinsically motivated. I would speak on stages all over the world if you didn't pay me a dime. There's a lot of logistics that go into me putting on my own events that I do. I don't care. I do it for free because I'm intrinsically motivated to help people and have fun doing it. Most musicians would play for free. Even if they told them you're not going to get paid, they're not going to stop playing because their passion drives them intrinsically to be motivated. Extrinsic means I'm only doing it for the Grammy Award. I'm only doing it for the gold medal. So your self-motivation, you need to figure out where that comes from, because an object, like Newton says, an object at rest tends to stay at rest. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. So what is your passion, first of all? Then that passion needs to create desire. The desire needs to create goals. I have a friend of mine that's in real estate, and he has the desire to be very successful. Well, so does the homeless person. So do a lot of people. But you have to put that desire into some goal that you're able to do, and then reverse engineer it to say, this is what needs to be done for me to hit that goal. I can give people 2 pieces of paper. So let's say at one of my events, I said, how many people want to be in the best physical shape of their life? Raise your hand. And they raised their hand. And I said, great. I don't care if you're, 20 or 60. You said, we're at your stage of life. So my assistant, Emma, passed out 2 pieces of paper. I go, I'm going to help you right now. One tells you what to eat and when to eat it. The other one tells you what exercises to do and when to do them. Follow that for 6 months and come see me. Can't do it. Why? They don't have the self-motivation, which requires discipline. Discipline, by definition, is doing things you don't feel like doing when you have to do them. I'm up early every morning and I'm in the gym first thing, 7 days a week. And I'm in my 60s. I could blow it off. I could say, I don't feel like it. What does that have to do with it if I feel like it? Discipline means doing things you don't feel like doing when they have to be doing. Do I like the results? Yeah, I'm in great shape. Yeah, I like the results. Does that affect my self-esteem? Yeah, when people comment and say, wow, you're in really good shape for your 60s, right? That self-awareness, I know that. Self-observation is if I'm looking at myself, I go, yeah, I look pretty good. Yeah, I look pretty good for my age. Yeah. So the keys all operate on the lock simultaneously. Next one, self-expectancy. What do you expect out of yourself? Do you expect a wonderful, loving, joyous, abundant life, or do you expect struggle and challenges and problems? What do you expect? Remember, what is expected tends to be realized. What do you expect? And at my events, we actually focus in on this so that when they leave the training, they have a high expectancy of themselves. And what that does is it's like creating that internal inertia to where you're able to move forward with less effort because it doesn't become an effort. It's something you're drawn to, you want to do. So you'll see somebody that will go to a baseball game and they don't care about the parking, what it costs to get in, the beers are $20 or whatever. They don't care because they're intrinsically motivated, and extrinsically they want to go see a baseball game. So when you're looking at self-expectancy, I expect a lot out of myself. Now I'm self-employed, and my boss is a tough boss. Sometimes he just whips me and he's not nice to me. Guess who the boss is? Me. Because my boss tells me, Jim, you set a goal, get it done. Don't blow it off, get it done. Physical, emotional, money, whatever that is, get it done. And so I'm always having that self-expectancy based on my own programming that forces me, for lack of a better word, to move against the tides that pull me back to where I know I don't want to be. The next one is self-direction. And self-direction is interesting. If you're self-employed, raise your hand. I can't see who's raising their hand, but I know a lot of you guys are probably self-employed. If self-employment, you are both the boss and the employee. So you have to be self-directed. You have to give yourself the things to do. My friends that have jobs, they work, and nothing wrong with that. Some of them are very successful, some of them aren't. But if they have a job, they usually have what's called a work day. In other words, it is 9 to 5. And as the late, great Jim Rohn said, you make your living 9 to 5, you make your fortune 6 to 9. But when they're off work, they're off work. Is there anything wrong with that? Not really, but they're not where they want to be in life. So the only time they have is they're so programmed that you're off work. It's a work day. Conversely, entrepreneurs, like a lot of us, we hardly ever shut down, right? Of course, we may rest and we may enjoy things we like doing, but we're always going up here because we have that self-motivation and that self-expectancy, which allows us to become self-directed. The next one's discipline. We just talked about that. And it's important that you have discipline, even if you need to develop with small actions, such as drinking a healthy shake every day, whatever. Because once you have discipline, I'm extremely disciplined. You can apply it to any area you want. If I say I'm going to do something, consider it done. If I don't feel like doing it, I do it anyway. Consider it done. That's why people come to me and they know they can rely on me because I'm extremely disciplined. And the other one is called self-projection. And as we get closer to the end here, self-projection means, what are you projecting when you're out there, both energetically, physically, every other way you can think of? In other words, what feeling do people have when they're sitting with you? Or what feeling do they have when you walk in a room? Or what feeling do they have if they're watching you? And what is your projection? Is it projecting lethargy? Is it projecting confidence? Is it projecting self-esteem? Is it projecting knowledgeable? Is it projecting attractiveness? Is it projecting support, empathy, compassion? Because that projection is something that goes with you every single time. Let's go back to a cologne, right? What if it's a very attractive cologne to people? That's what you're projecting. It's actually in cologne. It's called the projection. That is what you're projecting. So what are you projecting when you walk in a room? And everybody turns and looks. There's people out there that are some of the greatest people that have ever lived, both spiritually and economically, whatever. When they walk in a room, people sense that somebody just walked in the room, whether it's whoever it is, Gandhi, the Pope, whoever it is, they project that there's some energetic resonance with that room. And in my trainings, I show you how to do that. We've all heard of our personal space. We were able to take that energy and expand it out to where your projection goes just beyond an 18-inch circumference around you. So you're able to project that. When you're able to project that, they want to be part of you. They want to be part of what you're doing. They want to align with you. They want to collaborate with you. They want to help you. And again, it gets to the fluidity of life. So in wrapping up here, and I'll turn it back to Richard, And it's a pleasure knowing you again, Richard. I mean, we have a lot of things in common, so it's great to know you. So I have an event coming up the end of September in San Diego. It's taught at the Penthouse here in San Diego, so it's a cool environment. And that's where we're going to go over complete and total mind design. So if you want to get a hold of me, you can email me at mindpowerpro, mindpowerpro @yahoo.com, or just get a hold of Richard. He's got my cell phone number. Richard, I don't care if you give him my cell phone number. I just want to, and I'm open to reciprocating too, and anything I can ever do to help any of you. I'm very well connected, and if I can do that, I don't want anything in return. I really don't. At this stage of life, I just want to make sure that I can help people get like a bridge. I just want to help them get from where they're at to where they want to go. So, Richard, I will hand it back over to you, my friend. And thank you so much to both of you for having me on. You're muted, Richard.
That was my ventriloquist trick. You missed the puppet moving?
Oh, I heard a voice coming from the other room. It was freaking me out for a second.
So thank you very much, Jim. I've known you for years, and I'm always very impressed with your depth of knowledge. And like I said, your core is helping people, and that's what resonates with us. So thank you very much. I'm going to put your email into the chat so anybody can pick it up from there. And again, the way we do these events, and as you do, it's not like a one event and then you move on with life. It's about connecting. Your people got a chance to hear you, experience what you do. We'll continue to promote your events like I'm doing, and then they can reach out to you as they see fit. And again, you see as a wealth of knowledge, and it's all designed to help people live a better life. And not a lot of people do that because a lot of people are self-serving. So again, I thank you for your time. So again, we got a lot more program coming up. Like I said, Jim's contact is in the chat. And again, if anything, reach out to me or Adi, and we'll be more than happy to hook you up with Jim because he's all over the place doing lots of good things. So even if you're not local to San Diego, he'll be in a town near you, or a city or a country or somewhere.
Or a zoo.
That's right. Lots of things has to happen there too. So again, thank you once again. So we have a lot more coming up. So the next program we're going to have coming up for you is Can You See the Future? Adi will oversee that as the moderator. We got some pretty prominent speakers that are going to weigh in on that. And so whatever you think it might be, sure, it might be completely different. That's why we have open minds here. We have open discussions. And people often ask me when we invite them to these forums, they say, is there anything that we can't discuss? Is there anything taboo? And of course you want to keep it tasteful and adult and professional. But beyond that, there's really nothing taboo. We want to have an open forum where people can express themselves. And if we have everybody agreeing and everybody's a talking head, then we're really not going to accomplish a whole lot. So that's why we're trying to look into how we can get people to the table that are going to bring various viewpoints for discussion. We don't always agree, but we can have professional conversations. So without further ado, I will be stepping in and taking you to the next part of our journey.
Hello, everybody. So now Ankit Shah is coming online. So can you see the future? And we have Michael Cremo. And thank you. Michael Cremo is a famous author for forbidden archaeology. And Ankit Shah, we're waiting for Ankit Shah to join. So let me just give him a call while he's there. And he's joining now. So let's see. Anytime. Please join.
I'm in the studio. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see. Yes. And so we'll have a fantastic panel coming with Ankit Shah and also Michael Cremo as well as Jim Lutz. Me monitoring it, moderating it. Ashwini Sahasrabudhe, I think she has not joined. So let us wait for her. Can you see the future? So those of you who do not know about Michael Cremo, you need to know in the Vedic world, from USA. He has done tremendous work. Tremendous work. In fact, people can check out his website. It is it's going to be seen on the site now. He is mcremo.com. So that is the website, which is mcremo. So we have Dr. Ankit Shah, Michael Cremo, Jai Shri Ram, and also me here. So let me just organize it a bit. So the first question to this is, can you see the future? Michael Cremo and Ankit Shah.
So
Okay,
sir can go first, yeah.
do I go first?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
We all experience time in terms of past, present, and future based on experience. And we observe certain patterns in the course of time. For example, we're familiar with the day-night cycle, the waking, sleeping cycle. When we're awake, we can understand at some point in the future, we're going to be sleeping. When we're sleeping at a certain time, we'll awake. We're also familiar with the passing of the seasons. In the temperate countries, we know by experience there's winter, a cold or rainy season, followed by a spring, by a summer, a hot season, by an autumn, and then again another winter season. So we have expectations about the future and make our plans accordingly. People in different ancient cultures had understandings of larger cycles of time. For example, in the Vedic culture of India, people were aware of the cycle of ages called Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. So by accumulated experience, either personally or recorded in the Vedic text, people understood what the future would be like. The Satya Yuga was an age of truth, enlightenment, simplicity. And the next age, there were social divisions that began. And in the next stage, there were larger conflicts. And finally, in the Kali Yuga, which is the age we have recently entered, things are predicted to be not so ideal. It will be a time of increasing environmental and social disturbance, as we've been seeing. So we have to make plans for the future. Just because it's going to rain, it doesn't mean you have to get wet. You can make arrangements to shelter yourself and those you love in these difficult times that the Kali Yuga will bring on. But eventually there will be another Satya Yuga, another golden age, and the cycles will go on repeatedly. So that means that ultimately we want to transcend these cycles, and the Vedic texts contain methods, techniques for raising consciousness to the level where it can transcend this ever moving force of kala or time.
Uncle G. You're on mute. आप mute पे.
Oh. So just like sir mentioned about the concept of Kal, and how in our Vedic times we believe in cycles, we don't believe in linear or a one life concept, right? So these are the two theories that we have from ancient Bharat. One is about karma and second is about Kala. So the karma theory also gives you this proof that if you are to behave and do well in this life, well, that has an akashic imprint on what your soul accumulates in this life. And when the cycle goes on in the next life, you will bear the fruits of the good deeds that you do. So this is exactly why the Indian civilization has been the most non-violent of all, because this guidance and wisdom that comes does not require high-tech policing or high-tech law enforcement, because it is a bottom-up learning of dharma, which says that if you are to behave well with all other living forms, even the non-living forms, I mean, even the mountain is considered as a part of the same ecosystem. You'll consider river as mother, even as the trees and the fruits and the birds and everything. So Sanatan covers everything. And it says that since you are going to take all different life forms in these cycles, the best you behave, the better the outcome you will get in your next life when you take the next life form. So it's very clear that when the question is about can you see the future, Sanatan Dharma says that what you do now is your future. That is the concept of karma. So if I am going to be violent with any forms of life today, my future should be very clear in the next life cycle that I'm going to face some kind of violence, because this is a deposit, karmic deposit, that happens in your akashic records as a soul. So certainly we can see the future based on what we do right now. So when you see a lot of slaughtering of animals that happens today, you can very well imagine what would those souls have done in their past lives, what kind of violence they would have done. So and not just this, the concept of Kal also means that, and in all dharma, I mean, it's just not the Sanatan dharma, it's also in the Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. This is the concept of Kal is common. So all of them believe in this concept of karma and Kala. And it is also believed that this planet that we are living in, there is a possibility that there are hundreds and thousands of planets outside our imagination or our reach, where different Kala is active in a different zone. So it's I mean, somehow relates also with the quantum physics science, but science has not yet reached to this improved level of understanding of how basic human behavior need to be tamed right now, so that in the next life you don't have to face similar outcomes. So one of the questions recently, Aditya ji, I got was, sir, I am doing everything good in this life. Why am I facing bad things when I'm not done anything wrong? I do everything good. Why do I have to face bad things in my life? This is the question I got. So the answer is that when you have an account deposit of your past karma, it works like it's like a flour mill, or you say a sack of wheat which has a bottom opening. So when you open the bottom, the accumulated wheat which is at the bottom will come out first. Okay, and whatever the good deeds that you do gets deposited on the top of that bucket, right, of that sack. So only when the good ones come down, then you are going to taste the fruits of your good karma. So whatever is accumulated, you have to face right now. So even
Yeah.
if you are doing good things, you have to expect those results in the next life or in the future.
Michael.
I get questions also. And one question I get is, if you see somebody suffering or undergoing some difficulty, should you try to help that person? Or should you just think, well, it's that person's karma? If you just have karma, the law of karma, maybe you can think like that. But the Vedic culture also had the concept of dharma, which is to do the right thing for a person. Just like, say, if you have a police person, a policeman or woman, and see somebody being attacked, you could say, well, it's the person's karma. They violated the law of karma somehow in a past life. Therefore, I don't need to do anything. But no, the principle of Dharma says no matter what, if you are in the position of police and you are meant to protect the citizens, then you must give protection.
True.
So let me ask one question to both the panelists. Who who is not seeing the future? Michael Kramer, first to you. You've written the book Forbidden Archaeology, and you have deciphered what was written and established the proof of Vedic culture all over the world. So, what was so forbidden in your forbidden archaeology? What was forbidden?
Uh, it was, when I say forbidden, I mean there is evidence that has been reported by professional scientists in their professional scientific literature that does not make its way into the secondary literature, the textbooks that most people get their knowledge from. And I discovered that in the course of 8 years of research that I did, based on my understanding of the Puranas, the Vedic histories, which tell of a very ancient human presence on this planet. Actually, a human presence goes back to the very beginnings of the history of life on Earth. And that is because we are not accidental creatures in an accidental universe. This universe has a purpose. Now, most scientists today believe we're an accident of evolutionary processes, of random genetic mutations that have taken place over the course of many millions of years. And many of them say that if you ran that tape of evolution again, you wouldn't get necessarily human beings. They say it could just as well have been cockroaches ruling the earth. There's no reason for there to be a human form of life. And they say it came into existence fairly recently, only 200,000 or 300,000 years ago. But the Vedic cosmology tells us that the human form of life has always been available to conscious selves in this universe. And this leads to an essential point. The Vedic cosmology is based on a consciousness based picture of the universe, not a matter based picture. So consciousness has a purpose. It's to develop itself to the Sanatan level, the eternal level, where it experiences Sat Chit Ananda, knowledge, eternity, bliss. So that can only be achieved in the human form of bodily vehicle. So I think it's been around for a long time, as the Puranas and other Vedic texts say. It's but that evidence, which is there in the professional scientific literature, the primary literature, is not there in the secondary literature, the textbooks that most people hear from to get their knowledge about the human origins and human antiquity. So, because that evidence is excluded, I call it forbidden. And if people were aware of this knowledge, they would see it's consistent with what the Vedas tell us about human origins and antiquity. It would underline the special nature of the human form of life. Of course, all bodily vehicles, all forms of life have consciousness. They have a jiva, an atma, a conscious self in it. But it's in this human bodily vehicle that we can bring our consciousness to the highest state.
Thank you. Ankit, the predictability is built into our systems. So, like he's saying that the archaeology, which was hidden by the other people, but it has led to some deep information about our past and also our future. Also, you mentioned that the karma is something which guides us, which forces us to think. So, what do you think? How do you see the future? Even though the past is giving us all the proof of our past, real past. But what do you think why the future is still not happening despite having a common past?
Well, I think Aditya ji, you have different different people in different regions at different levels of consciousness. You cannot have that kind of enlightenment in all sorts of regions and all sorts of people. A different age group. In fact, nations themselves are in different age groups. So if you look at Bharat, how old we are, I just now tweeted about it, that we are like an ancient civilization, very complex but sorted out ancient civilization. And you compare that with United States, it's like a teenager who is juggling between porn industry and defense industry. So so it's like a huge difference between age groups and the life cycles of nations itself. So we do not expect all kinds of people to be able to see what future looks like or rectify their path of going ahead. But certainly there are hints of people in all regions, including the US, where they do understand that the Indian concept of seeking, the science of seeking, is the real path forward. And those enlightened souls keep coming to Bharat in search of some kind of a knowledge reservoir where they find themselves, taking the right path towards liberation of the soul. So you have different kinds of people, why which is why with the different kinds of knowledge systems, because as you have seen that the classroom model which britishers imposed all across the colonies worldwide have actually dumbed down the perceptive qualities of human beings. Whereas the ancient Bharatiya model of Gurukul system, where small kids are initiated with those processes where they can actually hear out what the soil is saying, what the bird is talking, what the sun is saying, what the climate is talking. So that perceptive abilities have gone, especially since the British came up with this four-walled classroom system where kids are trapped into that system for 15, 20 years, and they have absolutely no clue what is going on in nature or what nature is trying to convey to them, communicate to them. So we human beings, as being part of this entire natural ecosystem, should actually be as much perceiving about the future as any other animal is. Say for example, if dogs and cats and even fishes are able to predict an earthquake which is coming few minutes from now, say for example, the human beings have right now absolutely no clue or that kind of sensitivity to understand what the cosmic science of what is being communicated to them by this various non-living entities and living entities. So it's a lost science, I would say. And Bharat remains the only hope for this world to come back to that system, because as we know that it is only Bharat which says that you are the soul and body is just a vehicle. The rest of the world is saying that you are the body and soul is just a vehicle. So they all believe in one life concept. It is only Bharat which is saying that you have life cycles. The primary difference between Bharat and the rest of the world. And this is how they're able to design their lives. Not just the economic models are designed with a one life consumption concept. um, the growth of mind, the growth of brain, the way the science is designed, the way indexes are made worldwide, parameters are designed, what they define as growth and development is completely different from what Bharat believes as these indicators or indexes of human growth and development should be. So we are at an odds with the rest of the world, and primarily because of the dharmic science that we were exposed, our ancestors were exposed to, and left for us this great repository of this Guru Shishya Parampara, which is still maintained in some corners of Bharat, where disciples are still undergoing those that kind of an education model. So we still have hope of being again the primary educator of the rest of the world. We had universities where students coming from all across the world used to die in the path of coming to Bharat for admission. They used to get killed because of the natural and all kind of calamities, just in their endeavor to seek admission in a Bharatiya university. So I will not be surprised if 500, I mean, for 400 years back now again, if the West comes seeking and searching for us, I'll not be surprised at all. What I'm seeing right now is a lot of Western universities are about to file bankruptcies in the coming months, because again it's a pocket money from the Bharatiya parents which were running UK, Australia and Canadian universities, if I'm not wrong. So it's always the Bharatiya parenting which is running the rest of the world. So I will not surprise if that pocket money is being withdrawn. These university campuses are going to establish in Bharat, and then we are going to decolonize the West with the ancient Bharatiya science, which will then be exported from this very Harvard or Oxford or those campuses which come to Bharat. We will reverse back all the colonization process.
So, Michael, you have done a lot of research, and please check out his books. Actually, it's mcremo.com, and also check out his page, Michael Cremo, on Wikipedia as well. He's done a fantastic work on these areas. Michael, my question to you is, where do you think the future of the Western society going towards? What do you see it?
Well, that depends upon how the individuals in those societies act and also how they act collectively. Uh, I think we have to understand what the real success of a civilization or a society or a nation is. And now, success is measured in terms of GDP, the gross product. It's measured in terms of how many atomic weapons you have, the strength of your military, and so on. But I think the real measure of success of a civilization or a culture or a nation is how many of the conscious selves in that society or civilization or nation are able to raise their consciousness to the Sanatan level, to get out of the real miseries of life, which are samsara, birth, death, old age, disease. Those are the real problems of life. And no military weapon, no economic power is going to solve those problems. That was the glory of India's Vedic culture, that it could find a way for people to live peacefully, naturally, harmoniously in this world, satisfy their material needs in the most simple, natural, fair, and efficient way possible, while putting most of the human energy into raising consciousness to the highest level and solving the real problems of life. So that is the measure of the success of a civilization. How many conscious selves graduate from the material level to the eternal spiritual level? And I would say our present civilization, our present nations, in terms of what they're doing for the real benefit of their citizens, they're failing miserably. So that is what I see as the future, that gradually, by the spreading of the influence of Indian knowledge systems around the world, which is happening to some degree or another, that there is a light of hope for these countries if they take advantage of this knowledge.
Thank you, Michael. So, Ankit, what do you see based on the past? Because you predicted many international events very accurately. So, what do you see the future of based on the past? What do you see? What is the future now?
Well,
Well,
go ahead.
so you can go ahead.
Michael, please.
No. Who was the question addressed to? Aditya?
Dr. Ankit.
Okay. All right. So, as I said, uh, which is why we keep on Aditya ji focusing on this fact that it is very important for Bharat to become very, very powerful. Because unless and until we become very, very powerful, we will not be able to imbibe these lessons of dharma across the regions. And the only hope is Bharat. You can't expect a recent born infant to talk about an ancient science to the rest of the world. Okay, for them, I mean, the way they define their terminologies, they add gun with a culture, they add war with economy. So the very coinage of words reflects that how tiny the brain functions. So the only hope is that Bharat becomes very, very powerful with its hard power. I'm not talking about soft power, by the way. A soft power would definitely give a backup when the hard power is established. We will require a massive hard power, because when we say this concept of Vishwa Guru, it comes with the connotation that a guru always has a stick in his hand, right? So without flexing that stick, the shishya is not going to learn what is supposed to learn, especially those shishyas who have some advanced toys with them, and they feel that they are too big enough to give lessons to the guru. So I think the future of the world depends on how powerful Bharat gets, how powerful our education institutions are able to penetrate to the minds of the people in the West. And for this, we will not just require a lot of reconfiguring of the Western template of lifestyle, which we ourselves now have started living. We have to reconfigure even that, and the thinking process. As we know that all the indexes are being designed with a one life concept. Now, someone who's thinking that he is the body and he thinks that this is the only life is always going to be making models which are pro consumption, less of preservation, more of a selfish individualistic attitude. Okay, so when Adam Smith came with his economic theory of capitalism, his focus was individual as the smallest economic unit. When Karl Marx came up with his economic model, he was talking about an unknown mob becoming the lowest economic unit, asking for freebies and things like that. It is only the Bharatiya Sanatan economics model which says that the capitalists need to learn some dharma and cap profits, and the Karl Marx entitled crowd need to cut their freebies asking tendencies and do some work and earn on their own. So it's the theory of dharma and karma. Dharma cuts out Adam Smith's capitalist arrogance, and karma cuts out Karl Marx's entitlement. So from this two both lopsided views, we need to bring the world in the middle, and only when that happens, we are going to have a good future. So for it is very very important to understand that we need to dismantle the mental colonization that has happened with a lot of what you say, a commandment based thought process, which is very rigid and not open to accept alternate views and absorb a better they're not even able to acknowledge that there can be a better science which is more linked to a universal sustenance of the rest of the world. So Gandhi used to say that there is enough in this world, so there's no paucity of resources or anything, but not for everybody's greed, right? So this tendency of taking over geographies, doing regime change, establishing puppets, imposing policies over other nations, these are all attitudes which we see coming out from this Abrahamic economic model, which is of one life concept. They believe that wealth or material is what is wealth. Okay, so which is why they keep on seeking wealth without understanding that it is the man factor of production which you actually need to repair, not the material factor of production. So this very tendency of thinking that we are going to take over people's countries resources. I mean, you just saw how Donald Trump came in and he was claiming Canada will become 51st state. Oh, we'll take out all their resources. Then we go to Greenland will take all their resources out. Now Mexico, we are going to tell what the laws need to be. Their labor we will use for manufacturing. So this entire mentality of exploiting other nations and taking some temporary benefit out of it is a one life thought process of pro consumption, hyper consumption, and hyper individualistic society, which is actually moving towards its own annihilation, because as you sing, you lost all the birth rates because of the destruction of family as an institution, which is why you had to open up all the borders and let the illegals pour in. So this is how the West destroyed itself, by the way. So you're seeing how Europe had to open up all the borders in the name of losing birth rates and getting labor imported from outside. And we are seeing that what the future is going to be, since you asked. Well, post 2030, we are going to see crusades between Christianity and Islam in Europe. That's what the future says. So it's very natural that if you brought choicest radicals from West Asia, and you thought that that's going to be a cultural assimilation with another Abrahamic commandment based group, which believes in a white superiority complex, that assimilation is never going to happen. So be prepared for crusades in Europe post 2030.
Michael, Michael, you have studied the archaeology, like you have debunked the archaeological standards in the West. So, can you tell me one thing? What did you find was striking in your book? Because I have read your book thoroughly, and one thing I really like about your book is you were one of the first authors in the West to say that the history has been wrongly told in the West, and the timelines are way off. So, what was that which you noticed, which made you, which which is not in the book? What was the research that you wanted to brought out with that book?
Well, that has to do with my contact as a young man with the Vedic literature of India, especially the Puranas, which tell of very ancient human populations existing on this planet with a high level of civilization and culture. That was something very different from anything I ever heard from my teachers in high school and university. So without that influence of an alternative point of view, an alternative worldview, I wouldn't have had any reason to question what I'd always been told. So that was a key event for me. And it determined my future, actually. I may have, if I hadn't had that influence, my future may have been quite different than what it turned out to be. So that's what got me looking into this whole topic and finding that if you look beyond the surface, there is abundant evidence that's consistent with the Vedic view of the timeline of human history.
So, according to you, uh, how old is the civilization, or what are the connections to Vedic civilization in USA or South America?
Um, there are different topics in archaeology that are of interest to me. One is just simply the timeline of the human species, which is the topic that I focused on. Another topic of interest in archaeology is evidence for the presence of Vedic culture in different parts of the world. Even among ordinary historians, they recognize the wide influence of the Vedic culture and the languages related to Sanskrit. Actually, all the European languages are part of the Indo-European language system. All over Asia, there are remains of Vedic temples like Angkor Wat in Cambodia, evidence for the existence of Vedic temples and Vedic culture throughout Indonesia, the spread of martial arts from India through China, Japan, and Korea. There are abundant evidences that are recognized even by mainstream scholars today. But there's also evidence for the presence of Vedic culture throughout the Americas. If you notice the similarities between the architecture of temples in Central and South America and the temple architecture in southern India. It can be very amazing to see the similarities. Also, details of sculpture in some of the South American Mayan temples and Aztec temples. You see in South America uh, statues of kings sitting on thrones in a half lotus position. You see carvings of elephants on temple walls in Central America when such things didn't exist at the time those sculptures were made. So you do find evidence for the influence of Vedic culture around the world. And just like today, you can see evidence for Indian culture all around the world. There are uh, populations of uh, people who have come to practically every country in the world from India. That's not just happening today, it was happening in ancient times as well.
Thank you. And also, Michael, my research is also like that. Like in one of my books, The Original Atlas, I identified 100 places in the US, today's USA, which have a very strong connection to ancient Mayan culture in Mexico, and which is culture is very much connected to Shukracharya, very closely connected to Shukracharya. Ankit so now with all the connections coming out, more and more and more ancient connections, but the modern academics in USA never accept it. And the problem is the scholarly consensus in the university system, which actually troubled Michael. I mean, correct me. That troubled you a lot as well. The scholarly consensus models in the US. So this is what is going on. The connections are there, but people are not seeing the future in a way because they don't accept the past. What do you say?
So, Aditya ji, this has, if you look at how the academic narrative is shaped for the last 200 years, you would realize that there is a direct connection with how pound and dollar have remained in the reserve currency status of the world for the last 400 years. So it is very much connected to how the cash flows behave. That is a direction which the rest of the domains take. Okay, so we got to understand that when geopolitically Bharatiya currency would be at a higher rate in the sense we move towards a dollar devaluation, which is now very imminent based on the signals that we are seeing. And when we see this complete wealth wipeout of the Western citizens, which is why this Ukraine conflict started, that was the objective. So once we see the wealth wipeout and the fake numbers all vanishing from all the assets and the currency valuations of the West, it is going to be very, very natural for the Indian rupee to not just appreciate, but the entire academic and narrative of science will start tilting back towards Bharat. The needle will start moving towards Asia. Okay, so when that cash flow power comes back, that liquidity of investment will come back in academic and other domains as well. And when that comes back, you shouldn't be surprised that a lot of white citizens would be traveling to Bharat, wanting to find out, and again, curious, just like they came 400 years back searching for us. So when we come back to that natural state of being, which is how we were generating more than 27% of the world GDP till the year 1800. So from the last 2000 years, for 1800 years, we were giving more than 27% to the world GDP. So it is very natural that whatever change that has happened artificially in the last 200 years, when that tiny glitch goes out of prevalence, you will see back the entire academic narrative also shifting back towards what the Asian wisdom is. We are already seeing hints of how the Chinese are now warming their ties with Bharat, because they also realize that a lot of dharmic influence was Bharatiya, which was how the Chinese Taoism or Buddhism practices were, influenced with Bharat as the center. So, as we know, and as we've been talking on a Sattology for quite long, that there are only two things in this world. One is Jammu, and second is Jerusalem. There's no other thing. There's only Jammu and there is Jerusalem. So Jammu gave you two dharma on Indus and two dharma on Ganga, and Jerusalem belt gave you two Abrahamic religion. So when the clock comes back with the power of cash flow to Asia, I mean, just few minutes back, Prime Minister announced that we are going to become the third largest economy very very soon, which is, I mean, very soon translates into nothing but dollar devaluation. So as soon as that happens, you can understand that the academic narrative will also start shaping up, and the more the countries are going to decolonize with the de-dollarization process, this both the actions will go parallel, de-dollarization along with decolonization. So all the countries are going to think back again on how the Western templates were imposed by the Britishers on all colonies in all domains, be it science, be it medicine, be it trade, be it fashion, be it content on TV, be it forces, all kinds of templates, Western templates in which the world is living. The global South is going to throw out those templates, and they want to find out what their ancestral wisdom was. So this entire decade is going to get into this decolonization process along with de-dollarization, and the West is going to at least for the starting years, going to have tough time digesting that this is what is happening. This entire golden years that they were enjoying for the last 300-400 years was because of the loot that they were able to do of Asia as colonies. Now they will have to actually work and earn, and with the power of currency, the way they were exploiting Asia, using our natural resources, using our labor, abusing our labor. They were just printing the currency and buying things and then taking out reports, climate reports and labor abuse report and whatnot. And now when the currency reset happens, you will find the West removing all the climate change things, just like Trump is doing. They will also remove out child labor things, just like Florida is doing. So eventually, all the fantasies of different kinds of values was possible because money was free with dollar as a reserve currency status. So the reversal is going to be painful for the Western citizens, certainly.
Michael, the current affairs seems to be, Ankit has a very strong hold on current affairs. That's why, viewers, we set up this panel, because one comes from the new and one comes from the old. And even before Ankit was born, Michael was fighting for defending Sanatan Dharma in the world. So 93, his first book was published, and it has been tremendous work by Michael. Michael, one last question, and you'll be on a later panel also today, on this panel. And give me a very honest answer. That how do you see, when you established when you wrote the book Forbidden Archaeology, which viewers must read that book, will give you some idea of where he comes from. And in that book, how did you connect the Native American history to the ancient findings that you have?
Well, there was a good response to my work from the Native American Indians, because I talk about a very ancient presence of the human species in North America, as well as other parts of the world. So there was a good response from the Native American Indian scholars, because in the universities they were teaching that the first Native American Indian people came from Siberia over the Bering Strait land bridge. During the past, they believed the sea waters were lower and it was possible to walk from Siberia into Alaska and then down through the Americas. But they say that happened only within the past 20,000 years. But the Indians say, the Native American Indians were saying, we've been here for a lot longer than that. We didn't come from anywhere else. So I got a very good response from the Native American Indian populations who were objecting to the narrative that was being promoted in the universities about their history. So that's the response that I got.
Also, Michael, so you have represented, you were the future generation in the past, and now we have Ankit and many other people who are representing the future generation in the future generations in the US. What is the message you will give to carry forward the work that you have done? Part of the work I have done in terms of connecting the entire land of North America and South America to Puran, Mahabharata, and Ramayana. That's why I've done already in my book, The Original Atlas. But what do you recommend people who are not connected like you to other cultures, who are here, so that they can search that path which you did?
I would recommend they have a look at my book, Human Devolution, because there I point out the importance of having a consciousness-based picture of reality. And most cultures, traditional cultures around the world, have had that. In my book, Human Devolution, I have a chapter called The Cross-Cultural Study of Cosmologies, where I look at 40 or more different cosmologies from different cultures, including different Native American, Indian, and South American, like the Mayan, Aztec, and Inca cultures. I look at their cosmologies and I see that they have similarities. They have a hierarchy. They have the idea that human beings are part of a whole cosmic hierarchy of beings. They believe in a conscious self that can survive the death experience. They have so many commonalities. So I would urge people to resist the temptation to divide themselves into competing groups and be exploited by the people who are running the current economic and financial system that's dominant in the world, which may be, as was pointed out, on beginning to fall apart, but it's still there to some extent. So I would say, let's understand we're all beings of pure consciousness. I'm a being of pure consciousness. You're a being of pure consciousness. We're all beings of pure consciousness. There's a unity to the life on this planet, and we shouldn't be dividing ourselves up into competing groups based on superficial things like nationality, race, color, things of that sort.
Thank you, Michael. Ankit ji, your closing comments as well.
Well, see, the future, because this topic is about can you see the future? So, all those who are interested in understanding at least the physicalities of how you can understand what is going to happen in the future. So, at a lower level, at a lower plane, as I've been giving this formula of how dates of history function, how cash flows function, and how body language of leaders function. So if you are able to tally these three things from the plethora of data that you have, millions of bits of pieces, you are able to calculate what can happen next. Okay. From the spiritual plane, if you are interested in you knowing what you see in the future, well, you have to be seeking some kind of a guru, and now obviously in our guru shishya parampara, that it's only with the patrata of of the shishya that a guru will give the status of a learner or a student. So that's our concept of how we use ancient Bharat used to filter students for admission prior to seeking any kind of skills or domain. So if you want to seek that kind of a future, you have to come out in search for a guru who's able to lead you towards that path. As far as nations are concerned, we are very clear that Bharat is the Vishwa Guru status. That is the status that we are seeking. And before we reach there, we have to first, as I say, come up with that kind of an economic might, after which the smaller nations of the world will seek policy guidance from us. That is what Vishwa Guru means. When the rest of the world comes to you seeking policy guidance, that is what Vishwa Guru status is. So that can only happen once you have reached an economic might and you are able to flex the hard power. So, in terms of nations, that is how the future is going to be. We are looking at this entire region as our Bhartiya Upmahadweep, the greater Indian subcontinent, if you will, from Saudi Arabia to Laos, Cambodia on the other side. This is what we believe our claim as the kshetra where dharma used to be exist and practiced and used to be taught. So, claiming back this entire region should be the primary focus, starting with the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is the low hanging fruit, as we can see in this decade. So, POK and Bhutan, these are some low hanging fruits in our region where we can join back to our geographies in this decade itself. And hopefully, in within the Trump administration term itself, if because he has this itch of becoming a mediator in everything, we hope that after achieving our targets, he is able to take some credit and be a mediator after the goal is achieved. So that would be the first foundational step for Bharat to move towards a Bhartiya Upmahadweep polity, where we can reject this colonial term called South Asia, which was imposed on us by the West. We can reject the term called Middle East, which was imposed on West Asia by the West. So that's how decolonization process should move forward in the future.
Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Michael. Do you want to add anything to summarize anything, Michael?
Uh, I would just like to agree with Dr. Shah that the position of guru is important. I wouldn't be speaking about these things if I had not heard them from my guru, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And it is necessary. And I would also like to agree that as Bharat acquires more and more power and influence in the world, it's in it, as it acquires more power, its influence in the world will continue to spread. And it's not just power, but it has to be guided properly, because there have always been suras and asuras. Power, yes, but it has to be properly guided also, which is why the great kings, the Rajarshis of Bharata, always had good advisors.
Thank you.
I
Thank
see
you
a
both.
great future.
Thank you so
Great
much.
future.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Michael.
great future, and I think people should be very optimistic about it. It is going to be a great future, and thank you both of you. Thank you for being so late, Ankit and Michael. Thank you for taking time, and you have to stand by for the next session. And I think coming up. So for viewers, just stay back till we change the panels. There'll be announcements, and after that, the new panel will start. And also, there will be a brief video recording of a cultural event also happening live. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, greetings.
Hello.
Hello, hello. And so this is the. So we have the next event is 12 to 1, which is summary of sessions so far. So Sir Richard Gordon, and then summarize this one, and also we'll have the next session beginning after this, which will be is your mindset games playing games with you. And right now, Kenny Bigby is also joining right now to address Richard.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And the next thing I had on my schedule was at 2:15.
That's right. 2:15 is your there. 2:15.
Yeah. So I may have to leave now for some time, but I
Please
will definitely be back at
come back at
2:15.
2:15. That's right. That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have announcements. And Sankranji, would like to speak about expand your perspective?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. What is the summary of session supposed to be?
I think Sharaji can summarize. He heard all the sessions.
Saraji can summarize. It's past midnight for me, so if I'm not needed for summarizing, I might as well.
I think Richard wants to speak. Yeah.
No. So basically, like Adi said, we're just like it's twofold. So basically, what we have now is a kind of in between session, and we're looking at either summarize or look at what we're talking about is expanding your perspective is our theme for this particular event. So you can talk on that. And again, people always ask. It's always great when you talk to highly intelligent people because you ask them a simple question, and then of course they make it very complicated. And then we circle back and say, sure, you can talk about anything. And they're like, whoa, that's deep. So we'll give you a minute to process it. So basically, the concept is that our event is called Expand Your Perspective. And that means right there that it means different things to other people. And so the whole point of this event, like it's been in the last few years, is to help people think beyond their normal everyday life. And we all think we are, expansive. We traveled, we've been here, we're there. We're so open-minded, and we're so accommodating. And then once we start thinking about it, we're like, wow, I kind of live in the same little world, talk to the same people, we discuss the same things, and we all kind of agree, or we kind of put certain people that we disagree with in a category. So that's what we're looking at is your thoughts, again, based on if you saw the earlier program, and just in general, your mindset on how you expand your perspective, or do you, right? Some people say, I'm content, right? We've all talked to people that they're full, like their cup is full. Exactly, right? You try to give them just little bits of tidbit knowledge, or they're going in the wrong direction. And like they give you that look, even their eyes are glazed over. They're like, I'm full. I can't take any more. So that's basically what we're going to throw up to you guys to just give us kind of your thoughts on that.
Sure. I actually just got reminded when I was hearing you talk about one thing that I learned on my journey that really helped expand my perspective. And this was, I was involved in a spiritual group called the Gurdjieff work. This is Gurdjieff was a Russian Armenian mystic in the early 20th century. And one of the things he said, people asked him, how can we maintain awareness? What is the way that we could actually maintain awareness in our daily life? And his answer was really interesting. He says, if there was something embedded in you that would always, at all times, remind you of your impending death, then your awareness would increase. And I really found that very, I was probably in my 20s when I heard that. And I found it very, very potent. And I still use that technique, because what I find is that when we realize the perishability of so much that we are attached to, when we realize the perishability of all of our worries, when we realize the perishability of all of our concerns at the moment, and that all of this is actually heading towards dissolution, it doesn't bring me down. It actually gives me a lot of freedom. It makes me feel expanded. It's like, yeah, you know what? It's something that is, it's a happening. It's a process. It's happening, and I don't have to hold on to it so tightly. And that's what I really found is one of my touchstones, especially when I'm in a state of distress or great worry, or wondering what's going to happen, or how about this, how about that, state of the world, state of myself, job, career, finances, relationships, what have you, and you bring that into your awareness that everyone dies. This is one of the facts that is true of life, but somehow we never talk about it, and we are asked to not think about it and not talk about it. And we also operate with the assumption that it's not going to happen to me. This is actually how we live our life. So I think once we use that technique and bring it into our life, I find expansion and joy and freedom, actually, because I don't have to be so worried about it. I can go and do my thing. So
No, that was a perfect explanation, and it kind of summed up Jim Luce we had to speak earlier, and he spoke about those same concepts. And so, yeah, it's very much, we're all programmed, right? Whether we like it or not. Again, we're especially more intelligent, you think, no, I'm not subjected to programming. And we are in a certain way, whether we do it by habit or we do it by omission. And along the same lines about the kind of concept of focus, there's a great example and a visual that went with it. A coach of a high-level athletic team took them out to the ocean, and he submerged them underwater. and he held them under there. He knew the time limit based on their young capacity of breathing, but he held them to the limit of where they're literally going to run out of breath. Now they don't know if this strong man is going to let them up or not. And so when he lets them up, he says, "What did you focus on?" And they said, "Just breathing." And he says, "That's the focus you need to achieve whatever success you want in every chosen field." Right? So it's the same thing you're talking about. We think we're focused, right? But are we focused like that? We can even imagine if we're getting our last breath underwater, nothing else matters, just like you said. So that, to me, was a great visual and a great story as well, just like you said. None of your other issues matter. All you're thinking about is, I got to get my one last breath. I got to breathe. I got to get up from the water. And that's, again, I look at that as the next level, because we all have challenges. We all have, now the country's going through issues. The world's going through issues. We had COVID a couple of years ago. So it's like, how do we just get that one breath and focus on that, what's important? So great points.
Absolutely wonderful, Richard. And I forgot to greet you, and I remember you from last time, Richard. So yes. Wonderful to see you.
Yes.
And be back here again. And my greetings and namaste to everybody who's listening, who's tuned in for this wonderful banquet that we have in front of us.
Thank you. And now we have our other distinguished guest. He's been contemplating his response. So he goes last, so he's had a little bit more chance to think. Yes, sir.
Hey, Richard.
Good to see you.
So this is a summary and cultural event and section. And thanks to all the viewers from India at this time. They have logged in, especially Sankranji Aap, Ankit Ji. It was a great presentation by Michael Kumo and all the other speakers. Such a learning experience. But two things I would like to cover here. One is I would like to address more to the Gen Z and Gen Alpha people, because we have lived. We are in 40s and 50s, so we have lived, or maybe 60s, some of them. But like I'm telling panelists who were in earlier, but the younger generations, right? And this is catering to expand your perspective, right? इस पे थोड़ा सा I want to speak. So to the younger generation, I'm addressing to you guys. You guys, or rather we all live in bubble. Your feed shows that what you already like. Your friend, probably you share your vibes, your comfort zone, everything feels safe. So if you are in that safe heaven, growth doesn't happen in bubble. This is very important part, guys. You need to understand, and this is catering to your expand your perspective, which means stepping into unknown, listening to people who you think differently or different, trying to hobby you'd never imagine yourself doing, learning from cultures you have never experienced. And this is where, whether it's an Abrahamic, whether it's a native, every culture has a lot of offering for you to learn. So don't come with a closed mind, because eventually the Sanatan is a huge umbrella to of inclusiveness, right? It includes all kinds of views. And this is what I would like to address to the younger generation. Now, why does it matter? Because the world is bigger than your algorithm, right? You will be seeing that the algorithm makes you log into a certain program, certain song, certain role model. But again, you are in a bubble, guys. You need to broaden your perspective. And the perspective will be only broadened when you don't come with a closed mind. And if you're a real Sanatani, you need to embrace every culture. That's what my say to the younger generation is. The more perspective you see, the more creative, empathetic, which is empathy, and adaptable you become. That's the real flex, being able to understand and connect with anyone, anywhere. So this is one of the message I wanted to give, Richard, to the younger generation.
No, and I appreciate that, and that's what collectively we are all, and that's what's funny. We all want to do that, but somehow, like you said, we get back stuck into our own little world of kind of middle-aged gentlemen, right? And then that's easy to do because we find comfort. We have a lot in common. But I've made sure I've dedicated my life working within different organizations, teaching martial arts. Especially teaching martial arts. I was teaching the younger generation, middle school, high school, college, and I always thought in my head, am I teaching them how to fight their way out of a dark alley in Bangkok? And of course, the answer is no, right? So what am I teaching them? It's exactly what you're saying, is to expand their horizon, right? To try something new. The kicks and the punches, they in essence never used them, but they did. They used it to control their body. They used it to feel uncomfortable. There's nothing like a college kid coming in or a high school kid, a 15-year-old boy or girl. They're the most subconscious. Now they're trying a kick or a technique that's going to embarrass them because they're looking awkward. But I groom them. I taught them. I encouraged them that there's nothing wrong with that. That's how, exactly what you said. That's how you expand your horizon. You're going to look uncomfortable. And I show them myself, because if I expanded into many things I'm not comfortable with, I don't look at it as embarrassing, but I definitely was not smooth as silk. And, especially when you're accomplished, whether it's in the academic world or whether it's in any type of field, you don't want to be looking like a beginner. So if you're an engineer, you don't want to be going to a psychology kind of side of the house and being like a person who doesn't know. But as you said, that's the only way to expand. And I agree with you. We as the adult have to encourage the young people to make mistakes, to branch out. And you're not going to be good on day one. Some people are really lucky. Some people really have a natural ability to absorb things quickly. They go and they surf and they get it. Surfing, I've never tried it per se, because I've tried it basically and it's very difficult. I don't have the time. But I've expanded my horizon. I've tried. So great point. So what are your thoughts on the younger generation? Sounds great. How do you look at that? How do you see your impact on them? And some adults feel it's not their responsibility, right? They think, hey, let the kids fend for themselves.
I think we sometimes think that everything is different and everything is new, and certainly the younger generation of every time has had that. The younger generation of every time wants to distinguish itself from the generation that went before, and you'll see this in fashion so many times. The bell bottoms came, and they became wider, and then they became narrower, and then they became wider, because you don't want to dress like your dad, so or your mom, and so you do the reverse of it. And so that cycle has gone on. But at the same time, the more things change, the more they remain the same as well. And this is what I wanted to point to earlier, and Satology is also pointing to this expansion and growth. And it brings me back to some of the very basic questions, which is true and relevant for young people of today as much as it was for young people of any age, which is, what is your quest? And if we ask the question, one of the fundamental quests of all living things is, I want to be happy, right? It can be summarized, I want to be happy. Even let alone human beings, even animals, everything, plants, you'll see that the dog in your home will find the most comfortable place to curl up on. Nobody chooses discomfort by itself. No one chooses to say, oh, I'm building this life because I want to be unhappy. This is nobody's quest, right? So in a way, the fundamental quest is, I want to be happy. And now the only question after that question is that there are some activities that bring us happiness in the short term, and some activities that bring us happiness in the long term. So what Satology was also saying, so, of course, nobody would choose discomfort, but sometimes one does choose discomfort because one feels that that will lead to happiness in the long term. So if you optimize for short term happiness, oftentimes it will lead to long term discomfort, right? Let's say I optimize, many of us do. I do say, okay, don't really want to exercise, and I don't really want to go to the gym, or I don't really want to go for the walk today, or whatever it is that we do, and so it feels nicer to do that. I mean, I'm happier to lay on the bed and maybe play a video game, and it's nice. Um, but what I there's another part of my mind says I'm going away from the discomfort of getting up and actually doing something or going for a walk. But an awareness, my buddhi, my intellect says that if I keep doing that, it will actually lead to discomfort in the long run, right? This is this concept in the Hindu tradition. It's called prayas and shreyas. Prayas is that which is priya, or which is pleasurable in the short run, and shreyas is that which will brings happiness in the long run. And so it's very interesting that that is equally valid today as it was 3,000 or 5,000 years ago when the elders were articulating those thoughts, right? It's equally valid today when we are making those choices. So first is how I want to be happy. How can I be happy? The second is I want to have long-term happiness, which may be sacrificing short-term happiness, which may be choosing short-term discomfort so that I can have that long-term happiness. So that kind of builds on, and I think these are key questions that come again and again in the Hindu tradition, which I'm most familiar with, and also in other traditions in many ways. So we're looking for that ananda, the ultimate joy. So we have this quest for joy, which is also the quest for infinity. Ananta is very much related in terminology. So how do I what are the fundamental questions then of all human beings? How can I be happy? How can I be happy for a long time? And then also another question that comes, which parallels that, is what is real? Now, this is a question I remember my daughter was maybe 6 years old. I was dropping her off to first grade in her school in Seattle, in Bellevue. And one time in the car, she asked me, Dad, is this the real life? I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, no, like you drop me off to school and then I go home and then I eat my dinner and then I go to sleep. Is this life? And I was so struck that even a young child has that, a thoughtful young child has started to examine, what is it, what of this is real, right? Is this what life is about, and is it real? And so this is another question that keeps coming up in the Hindu tradition. And we have this, we use words like maya, or this illusion of the world, or the veil of the world. But very much related to this question of short-term happiness and long-term happiness is, which of my quests is actually real? I mean, is it real that I need money to live my life? At some level, absolutely real, right? At some level, is it really real? Like even the money is not real, to some extent. We're all talking about how the country has inflated its currency and it's just printing the money and it's a piece of paper, and it's is it really of any value? I mean, it gets value when I'm able to go into a store and get something to eat that nourishes my body. And so it gets value when I'm able to use it in a particular way, but inherently it has no value. It has no value any more than Bitcoin has value, actually. The Bitcoin at least has a limited reserve, of money, but the Federal Reserve apparently has no limit to what it can print. So
Great point you make. And the key is one of the things you talk about is happy, right? So I work with a client he checked all the boxes, went to school, got his law degree, worked for a law firm, worked his way up. Now he's owned his own law firm for 25 years. So now all he knows is that. No one ever taught him in any of those schoolings to be happy. The profession of law, they didn't have little happy classes. They don't have happy days at his law firm. He's an HR lawyer, and so everything is really adversarial. So that's his life, And so we go to a concert, and there's a gentleman standing there, and he's dancing, right? So the first thing this person does is look at him. That guy's crazy. Like, how could he do that? And so again, I work with him on expanding his perspective, because I'm like, you can do that. You have to flip your mind, because you don't know that in your life. You're not dancing in the courtroom. You're not dancing in the hallways of your law firm. But now that you're getting ready for the next phase of your life, you can't go through life as that lawyer. And Satology talked about it as well in the corporate world, right? It's just a different world, and you got to get ready for the outside the corporate world, right? It's a different mindset. It's a different game. IDG, same thing. He was very much entrenched in the corporate world, and then when you come out, you're like, corporate world, corporate. So you have to switch your perspective. And then I think that's the key to the truth, the Satology, learning the truth. And I use the term a lot, be you for you. With the individual, I'm like, you can't get a blueprint of how to be happy after you ran a law firm, right? That people might write that book, but that's not going to apply. How's it going to apply to him? Like you said, the individual. Your daughter has a question, what's real, what's not real? How is it going to apply to you? And so that's the biggest quest, is to try to figure out how and when to expand your perspective. That, I think, is the biggest trick, because we're all good, right? He's good. He's doing his thing. He's preparing for retirement. And I'm saying, what are you going to do when you retire? If you sell your company, you don't go to the beach. You don't play tennis. You don't have guys that you hang around with, because you're all in the same lane. Like you're saying, we hang with the same people. And then that, again, comes back to the original point, is we have to teach young people, our children especially. We have 3 children, believe 9, and we've taught them that happiness has to be built into this equation. Yes, money. Yes, success. Yes, fulfill your intellectual pursuits. But you have to build in happiness along the way, because it's not going to happen. No one's going to come and provide it to you. Your next job is I can say, hey, we really care about your happiness here at ABC Corporation. So what's your thought about that, Shaji?
Okay, so I think Shankranji made a very good point. 2 points, Shankranji. One you mentioned about, yes, every era youth are very reactive. They always want to break the chain laid by that generation elders. That's totally correct, right? And we have seen even in US with the hippie movement, with I live in Tennessee. If you see that, there was Elvis Presley with his bellbots and all those things, right? Yes, youth are supposed to be rebellious, which is well taken. But the danger in this era, what we are talking, is there was always, when this revolt was happening, it was between human beings, elder parents versus the younger generation. This is the first time when machine has been introduced into our civilizational route in a form of artificial intelligence, which is going to be so many manifold disruptive. And it will be beyond your means, the way in the corporate greed we have not come with a morality or ethical way of programming these machines, right, just to make quick money and many times more money. And this is where we see the challenge, because our kids are not going to be getting the rivalry from the human, but it's a machine which will be superimposing and doing things. And this is where I feel the danger is really manifold. You also mentioned about your daughter, and I was I think I have not at that young age, but definitely at a mid school level. Even when I was going to drop my daughter in the school, I used to have a lot of such discussions. And again, what I realize now is how to actually expand. And the lesson which I would like to tell to the kids is listen first and talk later. whether it's a debate, whether it's a new culture or a different lifestyle, try to understand before judging. And this is where the whole cancel culture and all those things comes. This is very important. The second is travel digitally or physically. If you can't hop on a plane or explore documentaries or vlogs or even VR to see how other people live, it is very important to be physically connected. Then the other thing is learn something random. So Gordon, Richard was telling about his martial art and all the thing. Pick a skill or or subject that has nothing to do with your comfort zone. Poetry, for example, if you are a gamer, coding, if you are an artist, these things will definitely help. And lastly, ask what if. Challenge your own belief system. What if I'm wrong? Can be the most powerful question you can ever ask. And there's a huge payoff for all those things, which we'll discuss as we proceed. Yeah.
No, I definitely like the what if, because as I said, we get comfortable. We all think we're expansive. We think we're future thinkers. So yeah, the what if, and then the key point is the AI in the generation that we didn't have, right? So it definitely is. Not only is it the AI per se, but the AI is a very stealthy opponent because they see what the kids are seeing. They know what the algorithms are. They know what their likes are, their dislikes are, and so then they'll pigeonhole them into their group. And so, especially in a young mind, it's very difficult to not be drawn into that group that now the algorithms are saying you belong to, just because you looked at some particular black outfit and now you're getting stuff that's in the goth world, and it takes you step by step very carefully. Because like I always tell people, I say, looking at the example of drugs, I say people don't start out smoking marijuana thinking, gee, when I get older, I want to be a drug addict in the street shooting heroin. So it never starts that way. And it's not that marijuana is a gateway to those drugs, but people don't start with that in mind. And the same thing with young people. They don't start, gee, I'm going to get sucked into this whole internet world and all the predators that are out there and all the stuff that's being programmed into my mind without me knowing through images and sounds, because they're not mature enough. And that's where, of course, parents come in. You have to have discussions and keep them grounded. So it's not all bad, but it definitely is a challenge that we did not have. And then the other key thing is people always ask, well, how do you engage with young people? Because they're so vastly different. And it's like anything, even with people of cultures. If you look at the differences, you'll stop yourself. I use this example all the time. I had a friend show up with her 4-year-old son. At the time, I'm 55 years old. He gets out of the car. 4 years old, cute little boy. He's wearing Spider-Man sneakers, Spider-Man pants, Spider-Man shirt, and a Spider-Man hat. Perfect opportunity, right? Everybody says you talked about Spider-Man. No, that's too easy. I told him Batman was much cooler than Spider-Man. Oh, this kid was lit up. We were engaged. I engaged. So it's really that simple to engage. And it works the same way with any level. We're all proficient at speaking, which a lot of people are not, but you can meet someone in the airport and notice their shoes. Hey, is that a special shoe from Spain? And then they light up. How did you know? What do you mean? How do you know my shoes? And then you have a story that goes with it. I had a friend. I was there on a business trip. It was a gift. And now all of a sudden you engage them. And that works at every different age. So how do you see engaging the younger generation? Because that's our goal. If we're so smart, we have a lot of knowledge, how are we engaging them? Because they're not going to run to us. They're not going to run to a group of 10 old guys, so to speak.
Absolutely, and I think the question of what is real that we started to ask becomes even more poignant and important in the age of AI, right? But even that question is not a new question. Right? That question is, as I said, there is this notion of Maya in the Hindu tradition, which is saying the whole world is unreal, right? So at some level, what they're saying is, and what I grappled with that a lot growing up, because like, what does that really mean? Like, is this table unreal? If is the food I'm eating unreal? What does it mean that the world is unreal? And I don't know if I have a definitive answer to the question, but what I realized was that a lot of times we are not seeing things as they are. So it's not as if the table is real or not real, or what it is, but all the time our um, perception is colored. Our perception is colored by past experiences, by not being able to pay attention, by not having, by all our thought patterns, by the sanskaras that we've undergone. So all of that colors our perception, and because of the way that clear perception gets colored, it's like wearing rose tinted glasses, or yellow glasses, or that it's going to change everything that we are seeing in the world. So in that sense, there was always a degree of unreality to the world, and unreality to our, things that we get attached to. We get identified with so many things. We get identified with an object, with a person, with a place, with so many things. And at some level, that identification is also unreal. So what the AI does is, and in fact, even before AI, this was true for in gaming, for instance. I would notice myself, like if you get identified in a game, and suddenly this completely unreal gold that you're getting in the game, right, which is appearing on the screen, has become so important to you that you feel loss and shock and happiness based on whether that gold coin on the screen is in, your gold in the game has increased or decreased, right? So this is an example of how the mind, we say, well, on the outside world we say, no, 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 like this is actually real. But if you look at how the mind's attachments work, for the mind's attachment pattern, that gold in the game is just as real as the money in your wallet, because you get happy and you get sad based on whether that gold increases or decreases. Coming back to what is it that makes me happy. So when I see those patterns, that my mind gets stuck and it identifies with what is not real, um, that same pattern, I think, is just going to get magnified with what AI is doing for us. I was noticing in Grok, and Elon is pushing for this, knowing in a way what he's doing, but also I think in a very dangerous direction, where he's creating these AI companions, and they're actually been sexualized. The AI companions are already sexualized in the way he's presenting them, and they can talk to you, and you can have full conversations with them, and they might be easier to talk to you than your actual partner. So now you have another degree of unreality, not just in the patterns and code and thinking that AI is doing for you, but also in uh, having this completely, in some ways, unreal experiences with these unreal characters that are going to consume your world. Actually, I can make a prediction that AI addiction is going to be one of the biggest addictions human beings have encountered, because you are going to want to live in that world. You're going to find, and it's a very reinforcing world. It's part of the AI's programming. And whatever you say, yes, perfect, such a good idea, right? So it's going to go into that reinforcement pattern. So I think the emotional body is also going to be affected, not just the intellectual body. And I'll just end with this, which is that I think the biggest fear is not the growth of artificial intelligence, but the growth of natural stupidity. So natural stupidity is going to grow faster than artificial intelligence is going to grow, because human beings left to themselves avoid effort. It's the same thing about comfort and pleasure we were talking about earlier. So if it is effort to think, and somebody can do the thinking for you, it's actually easier to let them do the thinking. And the more we do that, it's like a muscle that atrophies. It's a muscle that without use will atrophy, and we will become less and less capable of thinking, as we as we rely on the machine doing the thinking for us. And
No,
I
you're
think it's
absolutely right.
this
And that's
window
why
that is less possible.
and that's why we need to put back the human element. And so that's what our efforts are, is putting back the human element, the face-to-face, whether it's on a an internet call or it's in person. And yes, the AI has showed us examples of how they can take over. And we discussed that, Adi and I discussed that and gleaned on our Learn, Think, Share. And the concept is that you have to look at the concept of how you take AI and not let it do the work for you, but just kind of polish, maybe do like a proofread. You do the effort, you write the script, you write the project, you write the proposal, and then just have it do like a sort of an edit, like an assistant. We have a friend, Larry Neiman, he'll be speaking tomorrow, and he said that he's cut out time basically using it as an edit assistant. Because before he'd have to send it to someone, they would do it, send it back. But he said he still writes the script. He still writes the proposals. He just likes AI to be his, top-notch proofreader. So I think exactly what you're saying, the average person is going to just hit, do it for me. Create a painting, create a script, create a book, create a proposal, and take away the creativity. But again, the more human element we put in it, the more we reach out to people, the more we teach people. And you can see it. We've all seen it. I have friends send me stuff, and it's an AI written thing, and it's like it's not in their tone, it's not in their voice, and it's speaking in a tone that they've never spoken their entire life. So that's, again, there's still ways to indicate that it's not the human being. So that's the key on that.
Absolutely.
So the key again is how do we expand our perspectives to not necessarily combat it, but be aware of it.
Absolutely. And I think it's the other aspect that we are talking about. Like imagine, and I'm already seeing this. I've been enjoying coding after many years, and with AI, it's actually kind of fun to get back into coding because you don't have to deal with setting up all of the stuff in the stack and all of that. It can do all the basics for you, and then it can start writing your code. But what I'm wondering is that as the system becomes complex and the AI becomes better, and we are getting it to generate and code more and more complex systems, will we humans be even able to understand what it's doing? Because right now when I'm coding, I have to keep a little bit ahead of it so that I can catch its mistakes and guide it. But very soon it's not going to be possible to stay ahead of it. And what happens then? It's like, let's say there's a flight traffic controller, and the flight traffic controller function is, the AI is learning patterns, and soon the flight traffic controller function gets taken over with AI, and things improve. There are less problems. It gets under control. But one day it starts glitching, right? And what are your options at that point? You can power off the button and shut the whole thing down, right? But then all the planes are going to start falling off the sky, right? Or you don't shut it down, but then who's going to take over that function? Because you won't have the skills anymore to take over that function. And so besides, it's gotten too complicated for you to take over.
Absolutely. So, and that's the slippery slope. And we have to, as humans, continue to infuse our human element. Let us welcome Desh Kapoor to our panel now. Good evening, sir. How are you today?
Deshi,
Pranam. Thank you so much for adding me in. I'm doing great. I'm sorry for joining a little late.
No, that's whenever you join, you'll be adding valuable insights. So that's the key. It's always on time. So you heard some of the things we were talking about. We went in different directions, just looking at our theme this year, expand your perspective. And the beauty of that is took us in a couple of different areas. It took us to AI, took us to the younger generation of how we can help them expand their perspective, especially with all the challenges going on out there, that we didn't face. We had our challenges, of course, but it's a different world for our young generation now.
Yeah, that's very true, actually, because see, as the AI expands, and I was like listening to the fascinating discussion that you and Sankranji were having. So So I think like AI like is bringing in like new direction to the entire humanity, right? And my worry is, yes, it will, make things like extremely fast, and it will take over a whole lot of areas. But like I think it'll like my worry is that it'll make like human beings that much more dumber. Uh, because if people will stop trying to use the faculties that they have been using, and like try to depend more and more on AI. Because like one of the examples that I have is that like long back when the GPS started off, I deliberately tried to avoid it. I did not use it. And the reason was because I wanted to keep my own instincts in place. And I would use my own instincts to guide me through the whole area. And I still remember that there were times when, I had to go to Boston sometimes late at night because I was in consulting at the time. And I would go from, the airport to Framingham, like just by my own instinct, like knowing exactly where to go, but without the GPS. And I would still be able to manage it. Now I cannot manage to go out of my own neighborhood without the GPS because that's what I've been using for such a long time.
That's a great example.
Right. So I think that dependence, is not going to be like that great. Right. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that, we think. I mean, people think that using AI is kind of a sign of weakness as well, or like a sign of like not having enough of your own capabilities. I don't think that is always true as well, because see, like when I remember when I started off like working in finance long back in early 1990s. At that time, like Excel had not really started off. It was more of Lotus 1 to 3. And there was, in my company, there was this guy who used to do the entire cost planning and financial planning on just his notebooks. And once he was doing the annual plan on the notebook on large sheets of papers, like if any change had to be made, it would take him at least 2 days to ripple through the whole thing, the entire cost plan. Or this assumption changed, and now he had to go through the whole thing. And then here I came and I put everything on the Lotus 1 to 3, and it just happened in a jiffy, right? Because that's that was the nature of the whole thing. Now, like somebody could say that, like you had the advantage of Lotus 1 to 3, but the thing was, I could not have used that if I did not have the knowledge of how to actually put down a cost plan. So it can enhance like what you are doing many folds if you know the like if you have the knowledge behind it. So I think like that's what we need to understand, that you can enhance whatever you are doing many folds if you still try to maintain your knowledge and information that is required behind the scenes. You can actually create better work, more enhanced, if you have the knowledge yourself. So that is how I look at AI for now. And lastly, there are many people who are saying that all the jobs will be gone and things like that. Yes, I do feel a lot of jobs can be gone. And it's not just AI, because a lot of things, a lot of technologies are coming together apart from just the AI, right? It's like there is big data, there is robotics, there is AI, there's blockchain, all of them put together. There's like if you create a singularity, then what you have is something even more potent, right? So that could actually take away a whole lot of jobs and areas which required specializations and things like that. If you are very aware, knowledgeable, indiscriminately, no matter which area it is, if you have that kind of knowledge, if you have that kind of resourcefulness, and you have the creativity, then you can use it much better. So in a way, what I'm trying to say is that if we keep our basic knowledge that we do work with today, if we keep that, then maybe tomorrow we are being pushed to a point where raising of our consciousness will be far more important than just memorizing something. So it may be we may be coming, the mankind may be coming to a point where it will have no other option but to raise its consciousness to a level where it functions beyond machines. Because right now we are just a glorified machine, because that's what we are. We have not really used our creativity, our consciousness, our human capabilities, our human faculties to its maximum potential, as a spiritual being. So maybe that's what we are being pushed towards. That is how I would look at it, those three things.
No, great points. And that goes back in line when we're talking about expand your perspective, right? So as we all know, people are fighting AI, oh, it's coming, it's here. There's no fighting, so it comes back to expand your perspective. How can you use it in your business? And funny, when you're talking about the spreadsheets, I was in the Marine Corps back in the 80s, and I just had a knack. They gave me the program, I figured it out, and we used to have all of that. I was a global deployment operations guy, so I would give it to the colonel, who's now been in the Marine Corps since 1960, right? Older gentleman. So I give him this spreadsheet, and he looked at it like I had given him some sort of voodoo spell, that I had all the vehicles categorized, all of the man, change this, and I'd hit one button. He thought I was doing some sort of witchcraft, that he had never seen such a thing in his life, because they used to doing it in pen, check in and check boxes. So yeah, I think that was the same radical evolution as well. The same thing with the internet when that came. We can talk, email, and when the generations before us were like crazed, we were like, oh, this is cool, because we didn't know any better, right? We were like, oh, this is a cool invention, but other people were like, oh no, don't send me no emails. I don't want no email address. So I think that's the evolution of people that we need to maintain, and I think that the level of us coming together, which Adi brought together, the Sattology, is doing that. Because within AI, like we brought up earlier, is it real? Is it not real? But everybody has their own perspective, which is their own truth. So that's the beauty of this. So again, I think our future is bright. I think, as you were saying, that we can use the AI to create great things. I think we can use it to save time. I think we can continue to elevate our brain to have more time, since we're not going to be bogged down with keep punching in data and recreating stuff that's already click of a button created. So we're going to be ending soon. So let's get some last thoughts. We'll go around the table.
Okay. So Deshji had, as always, a very good presentation. So we all enjoyed it. So this is a paradox to me, right? As Shankranji was mentioning, Jagat Mithya, and then we also our soul, which is reality and truth, and all those things. It's a paradox in a way that, one way we want technology, the output of our brain using modern science is the tools and technology to make life easier, and AI could be one of that tool. Then on the other hand, we want our conscious and subconscious to go to the level where we don't want to use this tool. So to me, this is a paradox. It's same thing as in the same universe, you see this pencil will have two heights. One is the apparent height, one will be the real height. If it immerses in the water, simple physics law, it will have, because of the reflection, refraction, and the different medium, the same pencil will have two different heights, which is apparent depth and the real depth. and that could be a paradox, living in the same world. So yeah, it's a very complex situation. All I will like to say in the end to the youth is, next time when you are tempted to stay in your algorithm bubble, remember this: comfort zones are nice, but nothing grows there. The world is bigger than your feed, so go and explore it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Great insights. Thank you.
Shankar.
Yes, sir.
Deshi, you want to go?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So no, it was a wonderful conversation. Hearing Sharatji, Deshji, Richard, adding to all of that, and I think as I started off saying, every age is an age in a way of tumultuous change. I remember, reading the romance poets of England. When there's Byron and Tennyson and those people talking about, oh no, the old age is going and everything is fading away and woe upon us. So everything changes and everything remains the same. Both things are constant at the same time. So I think I would just tell youngsters to go and shake the tree and see what falls out. Don't as Sharaji is saying, by definition, all expansion must mean that you have to break through your comfort zone, because if you have to expand, that bubble that you're within has to be broken, has to be changed, has to be expanded, has to be pushed out. So that all of the, where do you take the risk, where do you take the growth? Some strikes you'll hit and some strikes you'll miss, and that's part of the game. And remember that mantra: it is all changing, and it is all effervescent. It's all dying in a sense, and it's all living at the same time. And that's the great tradition.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I think it was the great advice from Sakranji as well as Sharaji, and I think the only thing that I can add to that the great advice for the youngsters is that be curious, be indiscriminate in terms of what you learn, where you learn from, and try to grow beyond like what you see in your daily life. So if you can become a better human being, not as in morality or things like that, but better human being in the sense you extend yourself to a much greater extent, like in the way that like you don't compartmentalize, or like you don't restrict or limit your faculties or your abilities. Because one of the things I've seen a lot of people say and do is, and they often say, well, I can't do this. I think what they are really saying is, I don't want to do this. Because it's not that like people cannot do something. People can do what, like a whole lot of things, because that is how our human mechanism is built like, right? But when we put that limitation in our own minds, that I just cannot do this, all I'm really saying is I really do not want to do this, because this will push me across my zone of comfort, which is something that people should stop entertaining in their own minds. So I think those will be my extensions to what Sankranti and Sharaji have already shared.
No, great advice, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us here. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule. And again, I think this is the human element that we're going to continue to put out there, to continue to reach people. And as you were speaking, it made me think of children. If you have children in your life, it might be a while, but children, they just go. they don't have a little bubble. Like again, when you have children, they just run. They're going to run to a dog. They're going to run in the water. They're going to climb a mountain. And you as a parent have to guide them to not stifle them. I remember one time I visited New York City with my daughter for the first time. She's probably 6, and she grew up in North Carolina, a nice little suburban area. So we go to New York City. My whole family's from Brooklyn. So my daughter's walking in Manhattan, and she's walking all carefree down the street, talking to people. Hey, hello. And so my family, of course, having that heightened sense of growing up in New York, said, no, no. So what we did is we formed a circle around her. Talk about a bubble, right? So this was like a human bubble. We formed a circle around her so we could walk through New York City with her not being, jaded that everybody can be a criminal or a pedophile or kidnap her or kill her, But she had no concerns of New York City whatsoever. She was just going to enjoy her life, and so that's the trick, is to make people aware without stifling that creativity. But I think unfortunately society does that often. They take people and they just keep pushing their bubble down and down. Be this person. This is how you act. This is how you act in school. This is how you act in your job. This is how you act in your free time. So yes, continue to expand your horizons, and I definitely enjoy your time, gentlemen. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day, and some of you will be back for different programs throughout. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Hello, welcome back. We just had a couple of very amazing gentlemen share some thoughts with you on expanding your perspective. That's been the whole context of this year's Literature Fest 2025. We got a whole bunch more programs coming up for you. We have a bunch of speakers that we've enlisted this year of high expert, high caliber, high insight. But the main thing they have in common is they're looking to make change. If you're intelligent or knowledgeable or accomplished in your academic career, in your business, in your entrepreneurship, and you're not willing to make change, then you're going to become stifled, and things that don't grow, they die, right? That's an unfortunate reality. People don't like to think of it that way, but if you don't continue to expand, especially the world changes around you. So if you're in your business, you're in your life, everything's good now, but things are changing around us, especially now, things are changing rapidly. So you have to be prepared to change. You have to be prepared to expand your perspective, because the perspective you had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, especially without changing times, the perspective you had at the beginning of the year, the country and the world has gone through dramatic changes in the past couple of years. So that's definitely something that you have to build into your life plan. Things are never going to stay the same, even though you maintain sameness. The world is not the same. The people around you are not the same. Relationships are not the same. Maybe people who you do business with, they go through transitions, and now it impacts their relationship with you. So that's the thing you want to look at and then you want to keep in mind. So always focus on asking yourself, like Sari said, just ask yourself, what if this happened? What if I do this? What if I try this? What if I expand my horizons? That's the beautiful thing about it. And most times people don't act out of fear. They don't act out of embarrassment. They don't act out of, it's not their comfort zone. It's not what they've been taught. But that's the beauty of expanding your horizons, traveling, expanding your culture, expanding your knowledge of languages, not just the spoken languages of Spanish, French, Hindu, all of the languages, but actually the variations on how people use words. I always find that amusing traveling through the U.S. People, it's all English, correct, right? People speak English, but there's different words. Brooklyn has their own way of these, those, and them, and utes. If you saw my cousin Vinny, everybody knows the utes. What's a ute? They're the two young men. So each place has their own kind of history and language, how they say words, how they pronounce words. Then you go to other countries, even if they speak English, they say it differently, they speak it differently. I had a friend that I work with, and he was from Jamaica. He used to call the cell phone, he used to call it cellophone. So the first time he tells me, did you see my cellophone? I've never heard it. My perspective was here. I called it a cell phone or phone. But to him, it was a cellophone. And I was perplexed. But then after he kept saying it, I got it. He calls this a cellophone, right? So it's little things like that we can be open-minded to other people, how they phrase things, how they say things. And then it becomes almost a sense of fun. people kid me all the time about my Brooklyn words. They say you're slipping into Brooklynese. And there's certain words that give away people from Brooklyn, people from Boston, people from Minnesota, lots of different things. But we're the same in a lot of ways. And we don't want to use that to keep us apart. We don't want to use that to break us down. We want to make sure we continue to look at the human element, connect person to person, and focus on that. And then we'll be able to overcome a lot of things with the media, society, and people do that to keep you down, right? People will separate you to keep you down because you have less power, you have less energy, you have less momentum, right? If you have a group of 100 and you break them down into groups of 10 and you're, say, a leader and you have an agenda, it's a whole lot easier to handle these groups of 10 than you are 100 people who have a conflicting viewpoint to what you're thinking or what you're saying. So that's the key thing about expanding your perspective, to make sure that you don't always fall into this, to fall in the line, so to speak. Again, there's power in groups, power in numbers, and people who want to change or have an agenda will continues to try to put you into a group to control you. So again, nothing wrong with groups, but be selective, be mindful of your groups, have your own individual take on the group. I use the philosophy be you for you. So when I work with people, I hire people, I bring people into my group. When I ran my martial arts school, I selected instructors that were free thinkers, didn't always agree with me, didn't always shake their head when I said something wise and something, prophetic. They'd say, yeah, I don't get it. And I appreciate that. Same thing with your kids. You want to raise your kids to be individual and to speak for themselves. Right now, I'm going to call up Galit for a moment so she can speak. So I can speak. So you can speak for just 2 minutes on her gaming cipher company, and we'll be right back with you.
Hi, I'm back again. Just wanted to see how everybody's doing. Please feel free to leave comments in the chat. I also wanted to let you know we're going to be having a contest pretty soon, and we will let you know more about that. The winner will get Zelled $100. So make sure to tell your friends to come join our chat room, and we will do that very, very soon. And if you have any comments, just leave them there for us. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So thank you all for watching continuously, and we've shared the link so that maximum people can join. What we do at Sattology is a lot of research and on ancient history, connecting ancient histories to modern world, and how the native history in America is so valuable to us. Native history connects us to all over the world. In fact, in my books, I've mentioned that the whole world is united in ancient cultures. Every world is united. The divisions started coming in when the Brahmic religions came in, then the divisions started coming in. But people are interested. More than 15% Americans are looking for their ancient native roots, and the whole USA is filled up with proofs of native cultures. There's so many pyramids. So many pyramids are actually temples. Cahokia, and so many places in New Mexico, in Arizona, in California. And these places are amazingly connecting us to our ancient roots. We do run Gurukuls, so you can join us on Gurukul, on Telegram channel. You can join us through corporate training programs in learnthinkshare.com. And these are the programs we run to educate you. We also teach young writers how to build how to write books and how to do research on native histories and other things which can connect us to our real roots. There's one of the books of mine, it's called Transcending the Mind. We are bringing the yoga community, connecting back to real yoga. Real yoga is much more deeper than what you experience. It's the solution to all anxiety, all kinds of hypertension, and also other various types. I practice it on myself, and which keeps me sane, keeps me dedicated, keeps me focused, and that you have seen my work. It's a consistent hard work over the years. and I enjoy doing it. I work from 4 a.m. in the morning to 12 in the midnight. Those of you who know me, an afternoon nap is my favorite time to pass out a little bit. So thank you all for joining, and thank you all the panelists who have come across, and all the viewers also. If you have any questions, I can take some of these questions, and you can respond to all the texts which are there. If you have any questions, you do sponsor the questions as well, and support us. Support Satology in the US. So all the links are there below. You can support us and join us in our programs. So in next 5 minutes or 6 minutes, we'll have Kenny Big B coming. So he'll be here to share his experiences with us. He's a SEALs trainer, and he has a phenomenal track record with the US Navy SEALs, and he's a celebrity in his own right. And so please do join us and learn from what they are going to share. He's going to share with us. One housekeeping task is please share widely. That's the main housekeeping task. Share widely, support us. Now, when you join our Gurukul, then what you learned is systematic, step-by-step process, how to understand yourself, how to understand others, and how to build a lasting relationship with others. So we would like to welcome you to join our Gurukuls. The link is here. And Learn, Think, Share, this link is right here. So you can also join Learn, Think, Share, become a member there. And that's designed for giving you a comprehensive view in your own businesses. It's called change management. And I was hearing a lot about the AI. And believe me, there's a company which we launched. It's called Agent Flow for Oracle and NetSuite customers. So if you are interested in that, that's a company which we can connect you to those company. Also, they are sponsors for this event as well. So we have one more organization joined us to listen to us, Serenity. So would you like to speak something, Jacqueline? They are maybe busy. Okay. So so in the next 15 minutes, you'll have more people joining in terms of Kenny Bigby and other celebrities coming on board. And also there is a session which is coming between Kenny Bigby, Dr. Ranjan, and me talking about the mindset. So we will be on the show very soon. Is he here? Kenny is here? Okay. So we'll take a break for 1 minute. Please do join us in 1 minute so that we can continue the show. Hello, Kenny.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Looking good.
Yes, that's you. I'm trying to keep up with you, my friend. You look sharp.
All right. So we get started just in a second, and the topic for this session is being recorded, is live, and the topic is your mindset playing games with you? Moderated by Mr. Richard Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Can you pin the giveaway, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good to see you, brother.
You too, my friend.
Did you go out for a little swim this morning?
No, I was fighting grown men that were trying to strangulate me for exercise.
That's always a good exercise. It definitely gets the heart rate going, no matter how many years you've been doing it. Once you get those arms wrapped around your neck, especially when you get the young bucks out there,
Yes, sir.
trying to make their bones, as they say.
Yes, sir.
If people used to tell me, "Why do you fight with the young guys?" And I'm like, because if I don't fight with them, then I can't hone my skills.
Yeah.
Because they don't hold back. They want to take you off the top of the mountain, and so definitely make sure your skills are intact.
They are rather transparent and keep you honest.
Yeah, no, they make no secret to try to take you down. So it's not even like they're being coy about it. Like, all right, we'll come get you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, everybody. We've got some distinguished gentlemen here ready to share their knowledge with you, and it's an abundance of knowledge. So it's with great pleasure I introduce a good friend and a good man, Kenny Bigsby. So Kenny, just tell the folks a little bit about yourself.
Yes, I have. First of all, it's an honor and pleasure to be here amongst some great men that I know and I've met, some of the greatest I've ever met, and possibly in the nation and in the world. And a little bit about myself. I would say that I'm on an adventure and a journey for constant, never-ending improvement. And I like to empower the impossible. So I like to empower people to unleash their purpose and fuel their legacy. I just happen to teach martial arts and do that through integrated combatives and tactics, and also through mindset and methodology.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. And Adi, a few words for our new people that have joined us and might not know you.
Hello, I'm an author of many books, and also I'm a founder of Sattology. And so what I do is that I try to bring the ancient knowledge into the current space so that people can use it and make their lives better, even better.
Awesome. And I'm Richard E. Gordon. I go under the handle of CEO Dojo. And Adi and I hooked up quite a few years ago, and we embarked on this mission to help improve people's lives. And along the way, the beauty is when you try to help other people, you get the benefits back. So everyone knows the more you give, the more you get back. And it's we know it, but it's really cool when it actually happens. So we've gotten that by great relationships. We got that by seeing people actually improving their lives.
And so we definitely are going to continue on this mission. So please join us and support Satology and moving forward. So with that said, we got a great topic for you. We're looking at Satology, which is the study of truth, Sat, truth, ology, study of. So now we're looking at, is your mindset playing games with you, right? So will you be given true messages or false messages? Big question. We'll start with Adi.
Oftentimes, we don't understand the word mind, Richard, because the mind is actually a mind is all over your body. It's not in your brain. It's not an organ for the mind. Every part of your body is covered by the mind, and intelligence is different, mind is different, soul is different, and the body is different. These are all four distinct entities. They have different needs. So if you don't understand the mind, you cannot even decipher the mindset, because you never understood the mind. And again, this comes from a very ancient system. Generally what happens is, some of you have a wrong notion that we are better than the people in the previous times. That's a very wrong notion, because we are technically worse off, emotionally drained, morally bankrupt. We need to hear the right words. And also, we are disdainfully suicidal. So, in terms of spirituality, I'm saying. So, when you do not understand the mind, then you cannot understand the topic of mindset, because so here the Sanskrit words come in, which are far more accurate, which is based on vritti, and that's where I feel the problem comes in, because in order to solve a problem, you need to define the problem, and if you can't define a problem, that means that problem never existed. That was all again in your mind, by the way. So the point which I'm trying to say is that, let's break it down and understand the mind first, and then we say if the mindset is playing games with you. That is my opening lines.
Kenny, over to you.
Very, very, very brilliant. I love the answer that Adi gave. I have taken a different path and have come to the same conclusions. And a lot of times when you take different paths and come to the same conclusions, that means there's an element of truth. And the pathway that I've taken is a blend of neurology, psychology, and the school of hard knocks. So I pursued the most difficult things in the world. And in that pursuit, it forced me to deal with my mindset and the outcome. And what I discovered, especially in the West, and Adi brought up a great point, we think that we're more advanced than the people of the past. When now our most advanced medical procedures, our most advanced technologies actually reiterate what they were saying in the past. And what I've discovered is in the West, we focus on the mind. And the mind's primary job is self-preservation. It is a tool. It is not the tool. And we have many other tools. We have the heart, as Adi says, the soul. There's sensory neurites now. Because of neural technology, we're able to understand there's actually intelligence in the heart. The serotonin, we talk about the neural hormones, the hormones of the neural system. There's the psychological system, the neural system, the physiological system. Well, they all integrate in as one. And as you know, Richard, in Korean, in Taekwondo, they say Shimshin Surayon, training of the mind, body, and soul, as one unit, but different tools. And we use those tools in cohesion, all together in unison to get the optimal result. And this is the idea of yoga, the unity of the systems. But you have to know, if I have a screw and I'm trying to hammer it, it's the wrong tool. That doesn't mean it's a bad tool. It's just the wrong tool. So we unify and integrate these tools, the different tools, to get the best outcome relevantly to the situation. And what we've discovered is that what the people said in concept in the past For instance, we'd meditate and focus on the heart when we meditate. We'd put our hands on the stomach when we meditate. Now we understand that there are sensory neurites in the heart, that serotonin is produced from the gut. And they were describing in Southeast Asian Ayurvedic medicine and concepts, they were describing this capacity in concept, and now we can prove it with modern technology. But we are no more intelligent. Now we just have evidence of what they already knew.
Great point, actually. Great point, Kenny. Now, let me break it down, and Kenny, you can add from your modern and also your current understanding, so we can have some common answers for everybody. When I talk about mind, it has 5 functions, and the one is finding proof. So, in the Sanskrit world, mind is a repository of past experiences, maybe from this life or previous life. Both are coming, and because of previous life's experiences, we have current personality. And 5 functions. One is called pramad, which is finding proof. Second is drawing wrong conclusions, and again, there the intelligence and the mind are working together, drawing wrong conclusions. Or alternative personality, vikalpa, or perception, alternative perception. Then sleep, because mind goes into a phase where it is devoid of absence of the surrounding, and that is technically we call sleep. And the last one is the smriti, which is the memory of the past experiences. Now, so these are the 5 different functions described for the mind. So, but if we keep it as it is, mind, then it becomes peaceful automatically. Like you just go, and right now we may be in a city, and we just take a walk in the woods, or go to some camp or park, national park. The mind will immediately withdraw and feel peaceful again. And suddenly we all say, "Oh, what a peace we are getting! We experience peace here right now." So that's the original condition of the mind. But if you look at the intelligence, intelligence is always making decisions. So it's in the passion mode. It's saying yes, no, 1 0 0 1, choose this. And then, like for example, a simple experience of an ice cream. When we say, okay, I like vanilla, because the mind has told you the vanilla always worked best for you, the taste. And the taste of vanilla taste is real. And that's how the experience comes in, and you pick and choose. Okay, today I've tasted vanilla so many times. It is great. It's like a standard thing. But let me today try butterscotch, and let me go for butterscotch. So that's how the intelligence and the mind are working in unison over there. And so when you understand this function, the very famous saying in the yoga is yogas chitta vritti chitta nirodhascha. Yogas chitta vritti nirodhascha. So when you subdue these 5 functions of the mind, which I just described, then automatically the mind becomes peaceful. And for that you need intelligence. Now, both intelligence and the mind are intangibles in our body. We don't have an organ for them. There's no organ for the mind, and there's no organ for the intelligence. And still they are the most important part of our body. So where do they exist? And again, a lot of experiments have been done. Heart is a center place where the blood is pumped, and which is a source of power for the body. It's like a blood is flowing and the life is moving. Life air is moving. Air is moving along with the blood. And neuroscience says that the brain is where all the complex nerves unite, and some kind of vibrations are created in the brain, neurosignals, and that's how the signaling happens. What is when needed where. But there is no organ for the mind. There is no organ for the intelligence. There is no organ for these subtle things. So in the from the ancient books, we have described this whole thing in a very simple way. And that's where all the ancient techniques work on Nadi, Ida, Pingala, Sushruta, and then the movement of free flow of air within our nervous system. And wherever there is obstruction, we remove them through asana. And this is how the ancient system is working.
Yeah, I'll take one aspect. You done, Adi? Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take one aspect out of that and put it to Kenny. So Adi covered a lot, so I'll focus on one aspect of it, the history. And we'll take this back to your Navy SEAL training when you showed up on day one. People that show up for Navy SEAL training have been very well vetted, right? You got the best of the best from all the different branches, high school football stars, track stars. So these people show up and they have all of this going for them. So I'll go tap into the history. So when all of these people show up, did you see and have you experienced, and of course in the martial arts world as well, a sense of false confidence or overconfidence based on their history of being best of the best?
Definitely. Brilliant question. To integrate and tie it in, the question that you asked, is there a sense of overconfidence when approaching this, one of the most difficult challenges known to man? To integrate it into what Adi said about the quieting of the mind. And I was just talking to my martial arts students today. So I was touching him with the pads and he was tight. He was nervous and his shoulders were up. And I said, do you know what this body language is? He goes, no. I said, this is the body language that says, I am not enough. Your mindset is saying, I am not enough. Okay. And I said, now take a deep breath and relax and let your elbows come here. And then I touched him lightly with the pads. And I said, do you know what this body language says? He says, no, coach. I said, I am enough. I can handle it. I said, now, before, when I threw the punch, and I'll tie this back into the Navy SEAL training, it's the perception based upon past events of what it is now. And his perception before, when I threw this punch, it was a threat. So your brain, ones and zeros, the mind is made primarily for decision making, as Adi said, for binary ones and zeros. That's a threat. Then I said, now just observe it. Don't label it. In the West, we label everything. It's a different, that's the intelligence. When you label it, they say, like in Zen or the Tao, when you label it, you lose the ability to gain access to total knowledge. But sometimes labeling it helps you focus, but sometimes you need it without a label. This is a different type of intelligence. So now the punch comes and I said, just observe it. Oh, that was the right cross. It's neither good or bad. I didn't label it good or bad. Then the next punch comes. I said, you're in the eye of the storm, the hurricane, and you're just observing things passing by. Oh, there's a hook. You just observe it. It is neither good or bad. Now, the mind, when these guys show up, the mind is unhealthy when it spends too much time in the future. We call this anxiety. When the mind is not in the present and spends too much time in the future, that's anxiety. When the mind spends too much time in the past, this is depression. When the mind is present and quiet, and that's what you do in meditation, like I told my fighter, just observe. We observe the mind. How do you go into the subconscious and separate? You can see the different elements of the tools of the human technology. When you sit in meditation, you just observe the thoughts. That's the mind. Oh, I'm upset today. What was that noise? You hear a noise. You just observe. Oh, there was a noise. Oh, I'm anxious. I'm ready to get up. You just observe it. You don't judge it. You don't do anything with it. I am observing the tool of the mind. I can separate that tool. And when people show up with past beliefs, like Adi said, that I know I can do X, Y, and Z, and they're not present, they might make an overestimation or an underestimation. What I like to say is one of the hallmarks of intelligence is relevance. So we have a lot of colloquialisms. If someone is not relevant, we say, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, or he doesn't have class. What does that mean? You don't know how to act in this specific situation. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He's not using his intelligence to solve the problem relevantly. They all come down to relevance. So these guys show up with an over sense of confidence. They are not present and relevant, and that's based upon their past experience versus being present in the moment and absorbing what's happening at that moment. And your mindset will play tricks on you both in overestimation and underestimation. It will say, I am either greater than the situation of the moment, or I am not enough. I have imposter syndrome, that I am not enough. And that's what I was helping my fighter with. I just need you to be present and observe. Separate yourself from the mind and just observe the mind. Be present. And now you see the mind, and the mind becomes a tool. It is not you. You are not the mind. It is a tool. And most people let the mind control them. They don't know how to use the mind as a tool for their optimal lifestyle. And I believe that's what Adi's saying. And a lot of people do show up to SEAL training with an estimation of their past experiences, either too good or too late, and they're not present just to be there to utilize their mind as a tool to optimize their capacities to go through the challenges of life.
Great explanation. As they say in the martial arts world, never overestimate or underestimate your opponent. And that's very worthwhile. It applies to business as well. And you and I know that. And your martial arts training applies, same to the fighting in business. Adi, your thoughts?
That's true. I think a very important point which Kenny mentioned was using the mind. Now, how you use the mind. Now, most of the people, they want to experience temporary peace. It's like going to a retreat or in the martial world, calming your mind before the storm so that you have no fear. And then breathe in, breathe out. These are all great exercises for relaxing yourself. Now, the important point is how to use the mind. Now, and my proposition is you don't have to use the mind. The mind uses you because you are the one, because you think that you're using the mind, but actually you are working with the mind. You are working. So the past experiences, they actually guide you. But now you have to choose what to do. So when you strengthen your intelligence through spiritual methods, like connecting your soul to Paramatma or super soul, higher being, then you get a higher purpose. And now you can make right decisions. So you use your mind through your intelligence. Understand that sometimes we think that too much intelligence is bad. Believe me, when the intelligence is used in the right direction, it produces better results for the soul. So knowing yourself to be superior than your intelligence, when you dovetail your intelligence, English word is called dovetail, where the intelligence actually follows your soul's purpose, then the mind becomes your assistant. You don't even have to control the mind, it's assistant. So and very, very simple technique is there in pranayam when people do the chanting of Om, Aum. Now, that sound is the world's oldest sound to connect with superior energy or God. And when you use that sound, it sharpens your intelligence because it gives you the real purpose of life. Because all of us then start thinking in an analytical way. And when that happens, then you start using your mind where it's necessary. Because mind has bad experiences too, and mind has good experiences too. Like somebody, you're walking on the street and you fell down hitting a stone, that is also stored in the mind. But how you overcome it next time is also stored in the mind. So when those two experiences are there, then actually you make a better decision that you keep a watch out for the stone. You don't step over it or don't get hit by it. So that's the way to easily overcome. I know it's easier said than done, but gradually with practice, you will start seeing the advantages of what I'm saying is, and we don't have to get too self-conscious too. But the moment your soul connects to Paramatma, then transformations begin after that.
Great point. And looking along again, the same lines of our theme is your mindset playing games with you. And Adi touched the point of, and I agree, you can never have too much intelligence. And we say in the martial arts, well, it goes back to that because they got cool phrases in the martial arts. Is a true master is always a student. Again, it applies to business and everywhere. And so the next kind of question I'll pose to you for your thoughts is it often happens. So again, going to Adi's point that a lot of intelligence is not bad, but in some cases, too much intelligence and too much positivity lead companies to crash and burn. because they feel that we're going to make it. We're going to come through. We've been the big boy in the game. Look at Toys R Us. Toys R Us was like, oh, we got a market share. We're not worried about this online fad. Sears, all of these giants, have gone by the wayside because the executives did not take the opportunity to see that things were not going along positively. So their mind was playing a trick on them. Would you agree, or what are your thoughts on things like that?
Would you like me to respond? Yes. That's a brilliant question. Too much intelligence using one tool and only one tool is a lack of relevance. And what Adi's saying, to tie into your question, if I can integrate and cohese with what he's saying, is when you link the intelligence with the soul. So if we look, the old concepts, the old colloquialisms stand true today with all the neuroscience and the neurophysiological science of how to blend the intelligence with the soul. And the way it shows up in neuroscience is you have the ones and zeros of the brain, which is designed for self-preservation, logic. And then there's something called the vagal nerve and the vagal reaction, which syncopates the mind, the cardiorespiratory system. And that nerve runs from the base of the brain, from the amygdala down to the base of the thorax. And I once had a student that was not choked, and he started breathing funny and almost passed out. And I raised his feet, and blood went back to his brain. And he woke up, and he goes, man, what happened? I said, did someone choke you in jiu-jitsu? He goes, no, we're just doing a technique. And I said, it seemed like, because nothing happened, it seemed like your heart rate, your cardiorespiratory system was out of sync with the situation. It wasn't relevant, like you're saying, Richard. And he said, that's crazy that you said that to me. I did hundreds and thousands of sleep studies, and doctors couldn't figure it out. It was vasovagal syncope, when the mind and body are not connected. When the mind and soul are not connected, you have problems. And the vagal nerve and vagal reaction links the intelligence of the mind, the logos, the logic, with the heart, the sensory neurites that are the soul. And this is how the technology proves what the ancient science was saying. And we need both tools. So if you look, how do we discover that? We already know this to be true, what Adi is saying, and how we need to stay relevant to modern day events and evolutions. Because logic says this worked in the past, but where are we at in this moment today? The soul is present, yes? How do we do that? We look in the old past, patriotism, okay? I take my hat off my head, and I put my hat over my what? My heart. Why? The act of patriotism, you must go beyond the mind. You must sacrifice something greater than yourself, which doesn't make sense to the mind. The mind says binary ones and zeros. No, don't do that. The mind wants to keep self-preservation. The act of patriotism is to give up self-preservation for something greater than yourself. And that's what the soul does. It serves a greater cause than itself. And when you link those two, it will use the intellect in the most challenging situations to link the mind and a cause greater than itself. And that's why you take the hat off your head, the logic, and you link it to your heart. And we say, when you have a very difficult decision and you can't make up your mind, you say, man, I can't make up my mind about these two hard choices. Logically, we say, follow your what? Your heart or your gut. And these sayings are linking the mind to the soul. And we've forgotten that technology. We've forgotten this science. And now we aren't relevant in the moment from day to day, whether that's in our interactions, whether that's in judgments for the future. You need a certain amount of intelligence, and you need to link it to the relevance of the soul, which is always present. And one of the ways that we do that is through the breath. So it's so funny, and I'll say this, and then I'll hand the conversation back to you guys if I can. I was fighting a guy in Muay Thai, and the first time I met him, we were fighting, and he started humming. We were doing Muay Thai. This is a normal practice in Thailand. I was like, what the heck is this guy doing? Why is he humming while we're fighting? And it centers the mind. It quiets the chaos of the mind and synchronizes everything. And this is a normal practice in Muay Thai in Thailand. The Westerners don't do it so much, but in Thailand, they hum while they're fighting, and it centers all the tool and syncopates all the tools so he can optimize himself and make order out of the chaos, kind of like Adi's. adding the soul, because you can fight logically. Bruce Lee said it, Richard, and you know this to be true. There was one guy that was very technical, very smart, and the other guy was a ferocious fighter. He said, if I could just combine those two, then I would have a complete warrior. And that's what the humming was in Muay Thai. So his mind is clear. He can apply his intelligence to the fight, the logic, but also he can apply the soul, his instinct, the truth of the moment, the relevance. And I think that is speaking to the past concept with the modern description of what Adi's describing.
Yeah, one quick point before I bring it back that in. So it's interesting how you talked that and summed it up. And as I always look at the martial arts and life and business, it all comes down to a core, right? You stated several times in different examples, it comes down to the breathing, which creates the relaxation. The relaxation goes in line with the breathing. So now we're going back to ancient yoga, right? What's the basis of yoga, right? The yoga is incorporated with the fighting arts. So we keep going back to this basic core that's been around since the beginning of time. And again, we've moved away in modern times about same thing in business. You're in a business meeting, things are getting heated, everybody's getting all tense. Breathe, relax, and then approach it with that mindset. So, Adi, to you.
Yeah, good summary, Richard. Again, I'll go back to the basics first, because if you want to be a good mathematician, you need to know 1 + 1 = 2, and that's where you start building up. And the foundation is very key, because there's so many confusing messages all over the world. And I'll tell what I know and what I've researched in a very simple terms, that soul is who we all of us are. Soul is not the mind, soul is not the intelligence, soul is not the body. Soul is soul. You and me are soul, because when we die, bodies stay here, but somebody has left. We usually say he passed away. Where did he go? But he passed away. And so we are not trying to be very spiritual here or religious here. We are just talking about the science of mind. And we are just trying to accept the facts here, that what is the fact. Let's separate the facts right now, that how many things work in our body. We have the soul, who you and I are. When you look into the mirror, we see the bodies, we don't see the soul. There is a shine in the eye, we see, and probably sometimes people call it a reflection of your soul. And then we have the mind, which is the repository of all past information. Then there is intelligence, which is a function of past karma, because everyone has the same size of brain. In fact, Einstein's brain was smaller than most of the regular brains. His brain size was 1.2 kilograms, and the rest of other brains are 1.4 kilograms. So people who say if there's a more gray matter, then you're more intelligent, again prove wrong. There are many people in the world whose brain size is smaller than the regular brain size, but their IQ is far more higher than the rest of the other people. So intelligence was never a function of the brain power. Ask any neurosurgeon, when they put the titanium rods in the back for certain treatments, how they view the brain as is like a brain as dead matter. So putting the fundamentals thing right is that the soul is different, intelligence is different, mind is different, and the body is obviously different. Now, when you know these things, now we can start looking at techniques. The world's oldest technique is called yoga. And now everything else has come from that. Everything else, even the modern meditation, everything else has come from there. Now, going back to the original ways, there's a place called Yucatan. When I heard the name, that shocked me. It's a Sanskrit name. It's like pure as original Sanskrit you can go. It's Yukta. Sanskrit name is Yukta. And when you hear the local pronunciation, it's called Yuktan. So, and I was really shocked. What is they going to talk about it? Then the places like Uxmal, places like in near Merida, now these places have a past which most Mexicans don't relate to right now, because they were told not to relate with them. But there are places over there, the emphasis on meditation to please the Venus is so high that you can't even understand the logic. So now I'll tell you what's the importance of that plant is. It gives you, according to them and according to most of the world people who believe in Vedic astrology, they think that it's a planet of wealth and war. Now when they are actually practicing the mantra or whatever prayers they have, they are saying, actually saying in mind language, that let my soul connect with you. If my soul connects with you, then my mind and intelligence are not needed by me. That's what they're saying. And so, because in the normal functioning, yes, we do need intelligence for everything else. But what we don't need is, like, for example, if the water is red color, then to make water purified is just remove the red color from the water. The water is clean again. You know, same thing is with our intelligence and mind. That if something is stopping us from achieving our objectives, we just use the technique to remove that vritti, and we are pure again. And then what's the outcome of that? That's important for this, because we are all driven by outcomes, and we should be driven by outcomes. I'm for that, because otherwise you are just going to go in a directionless world. We should be looking for an outcome. But then when you are looking to solve the biggest challenge of the mind, oftentimes we don't look at the outcome. Our outcome is very shallow. Our outcome is peace. But again, if the peace was a if a peace could have been achieved with a very small thing, then it's going to change again. So so that's the point I have. So if you keep these principles simple, then and add the traditional techniques of connecting soul to a higher power, then automatically intelligence is controlled. The moment intelligence is controlled, your mind is becoming peaceful and you have a happy life.
May I chime in with that? I found it so interesting what Adi said there. Two
Please.
things, thinking back, recollecting what he said. Some of the greatest minds on the planet, Tesla, he said he would he was creating the idea of Wi-Fi, the ability to access power and communicate information through radio waves, et cetera, et cetera. But he was so far ahead of his time. But he got his intelligence. There was nothing to look at. There was no past information, the intellect. He said he would sit down and something would enter his mind from a greater intelligence. This is what Tesla was describing. Now we call the car the Tesla. And the reason why his mind was so far ahead is that he was tapping into something that was greater than the logic. And I believe it was either Ford or Edison. He would sleep. Every day he would take a nap and he'd sit in a chair and he would hold like a clipboard. He would hold something, or it was a ball. And when he would fall asleep, he'd drop it, boom. And when it hit the floor, it'd wake him up. And he would always have these brilliant ideas, and they would go toward his inventions. But he actually quieted the logic. Both of these people quieted the logical mind to tap into a higher level unity with a higher level resonance. And you can go look at this up. This was the methodology they used to transcend the normal intelligence and tap into a greater unified intelligence, greater than the current information, the past information. And I find that strange because he's describing that, and many people don't know that these great minds that did these inventions, they had a regular practice of checking out or making a distinction to tap into something else in order to create these inventions. And oftentimes in modern science, we call this the theta state. And I think oftentimes psychologists and a lot of religious people say, hey, and neuroscientists say, until the child is about 8 years old, I can form him and make him anything we want. Why is that? You're in a constant, in the neuroscience, you're in a theta state. In the psychological science, you're in a theta state. What does that mean? You're open. And then we lose that openness. So psychologists say about 8 years old, it's hard to change the trajectory of the child's behaviors. Why? His mind has learned to close because of what he's been conditioned to. And you no longer, so now they tell you if you go get in the shower and there's flowing water, a lot of people get a lot of great ideas. The woman that invented spats, she would get in the shower, and when water was running over her, flowing over her, she got brilliant ideas. They would come to her, not out of her thinking. It was instant awakening. They call it satori in Japanese. And what's happening when you first wake up out of sleep, I almost always wake up for some reason at 3 a.m. and I just start writing. I have like all these collective ideas that just kind of come to me, and I'm in a theta state. And what it seems like Adi's describing is entering into the practice. So we call this in the tactical world, techniques, tactics, and procedures. So there's the techniques that allow us to go back to this space where we can access greater things. And one thing I wanted to talk to that Adi is describing is the mind is attached to outcomes. And I was talking to my student about fighting. I said, you're tense. You know why? When you throw your punch, you're tense. You know why? I said, you're too attached to the outcome. You need to have outcome independent pursuit. And we call this in the martial arts world or in the athletic world, the zone. What is the zone? The zone is when you pursue something, but you don't need it. You pursue it with great intensity, but you don't need it. So if you look at the Eastern mindset is that less is more. The less I need. So there's actually enslavement to needing the money, needing the house. Sure, pursue abundance, but I don't need abundance. And to pursue and not need, in the psychology, we call it outcome independent goals. We celebrate the process. We make the dopaminergic response, the release of dopamine, associated to the process, the pursuit. And when you're present in the pursuit, the outcome comes to you. You meet it versus being attached to it. And when you're attached to it, you become enslaved to it, and the mind becomes too loud. And these are some of the technologies we use when we're fighting. I have to be present. I have to let go of the outcome. I accept both. I don't label it good or bad. I could be knocked out. I could knock him out. If I'm in warfare, I could die. I have to accept both. The ability to take someone out, and I am here, I'm present, I'm outcome independent, non-attachment. And now my tools come into clarity. And it seems like that's what Adi's describing. There's the techniques and tactics that allow us to enter into that space to optimize how we engage and reach the end game through pursuit.
Absolutely. And the tapping in you're talking about, and Adi describes it, it's very evident in the arts. It's very evident in architect. We've all traveled the world. We see to this day things that amaze us, right? How is this stuff built way back when? Flying buttresses and all of these crazy buildings that we can't really replicate today. They say it's cost, manpower, whatever the reason, we cannot replicate buildings that have been standing for hundreds of years that are like, amaze us to this day. And it had to come from somewhere else. So, great example. And talking along those lines, the next one I want to pose to you guys is your mindset is powerful, and can it sabotage people, right? And I think one of the main things, which we've talked about the positive end, but there's procrastination, right? And this goes back to, again, to past. Why do we procrastinate? Why do we not do something? Why do we not move our hand? It's like you hit someone with like a foam target and they don't block it, right? You've trained them for 5 years and you hit them with a foam target and they don't move. It's like, well, why didn't you block it? And it's like, I didn't know if you wanted me to. I didn't know if that was the drill. I didn't know if I was supposed to. Like, all of these things are in their head as opposed to just block it. So the mindset, sabotaging. Does it sabotage people? Procrastination, is that one of the things that sabotage the mind?
Actually, the mind is the biggest enemy you have. Everyone has. And the mind is the greatest friend as well. Believe me. It depends on how you use it. That's why I again said the same thing. You understand the building blocks of your own personality, because mind, body, intelligence, soul, it's together makes up a personality with all the experiences you add up and the choices you make. Obviously, your choices define who you are. And but what choices to make and how to make the choices is what we train you. And like you get trained by teachers like Kenny Bigby. And that's the way to look at the things. But mind can be the biggest enemy. You can see that most of the crimes in the world are connected to anger issues. Out of rage on the highway, or just suddenly the body acted because our mind was so agitated. We saw some triggering action. We could not decide what was the situation, and we hurt somebody so badly that we are in jail. Something like that happens to most of the times, most of the people, and this is becoming a pandemic now, and it's going to become more like a pandemic. Most of the terror incidents are due to anger, frustration, and the causes are external, but the solutions are internal. There has been no material solution to a material problem, believe me, in the history. There is only been a spiritual solution to a material problem. Even if you are the best of the best fighters, you're the best of the best engineers, you can be a best of the best doctor. At some point of time, you had worked on your controlling your emotions. At some point, you had worked on controlling your mind. At some point, you had worked on controlling your intelligence, and that's why you reached at a success place. So my proposition is very simple: that if you understand that you are a soul, you're not a body, then connect that soul to the source of its food. Soul also needs a food. It's a different kind of food. Like body needs a physical food, material food grown in earth. Soul needs a different kind of food to connect with Paramatma, to higher powers, to Bhagwan. And when you connect that, then it actually makes your intelligence very disciplined. It is no longer in passion. You won't make crazy decisions. And then when the intelligence gets connected, your mind becomes peaceful automatically, because that's a function of the mind, is to be calm, because that's why you love mind to be calm, but you don't want intelligence to be calm because you want to take tough decisions, and you want soul to be in love and happy all the time. So everyone has a different need. So soul wants to be happy, intelligence wants to be in passion or in control, mind wants to be peaceful, and the body is the biggest servant you got of all these three. It just follows. So now, when you understand this hierarchy, it makes very easy. Now you can be the best fighter, you can be the best engineer, you can be the best doctor, you can be the best businessman, at the same time creating value in the positive direction for the rest of the society. That's what we are discussing. So, yes, mind can be the worst enemy when it is not controlled, and it can be the best friend when it is controlled.
May I chime in on that? I love that. That was brilliant.
Please.
And in concert with Adi, he was talking about you want the mind to be peaceful. And that's what I was describing with not being too outcome dependent. So again, with archery in Europe, they focus on hitting the target. And I have to tell some of my students when we do tactical training, some students shoot better when they focus for the target, because maybe, like Adi said, people have different needs. They have different balances. For this guy, when he focuses for the target, he hits it better because he's leaning too far one way. For many people, they're so focused, especially in the West, to hit the target, the mind is too loud. And Adi said, if you just remove the thing, remove the need to hit the target, because actually your goals don't accomplish anything. Your goals just set the trajectory. It's like a compass. What actually accomplishes everything is the process. And that's what I was describing, the process. It is in the processes of living, in the processes of being. Living is being. That is real-time process. The goal is nothing. Your dopaminergic response, when you achieve the goal, your dopamine is rising and then it falls. As soon as you achieve it, it falls. That's how the mind works, and the neural hormones work. But the pursuit of living, of being in the moment, if you attach the dopaminergic response, the dopamine, the neural hormone to the pursuit, and this is in the Eastern world, they said life is not a destination, it's a journey. And in the Eastern world, you focus on the process, because the processes are what help you hit the goal. So if I want to go from A to B, I can set my goal there. But what gets me there is the walking, is the being, is the living, not the turning to the goal. It is actually the process. If we attach the mindset, if we attach the soul to the process, to the purpose, we inevitably will find ourselves where we want to be. And the other thing is, Adi said, your mind can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And I'll sum it up with this. People that experience challenge, hardship is inevitable. So we're not talking about just the perfect world. We're talking about real life. People that experience hardship and associate negativity and internalize it, pain uses them. The mind is using them. The pain is using them. They now take that pain and do internally negative things and internally damaging things to others. People that have challenging situations and they find a way to create it. They utilize the mind versus the mind using them. They now take the pain and they use the pain to optimize themselves, to become stronger and to contribute to society. They're the ones using the mind. They're the ones using the challenge in a strong way. And this is real martial arts. And this is what optimizes our experience. And the procedures of how to do it is yoga. How do we get back on track to optimizing our life experience? And that's what it sounds like Adi's describing here.
Great point. And funny that how things pop into our mind as examples, but crazy examples. What I mean is there was this movie, it was probably back in the 80s, and they had these Shaolin monks visiting a Midwest town in Wisconsin. They took them bowling. So there was like 5 Shaolin monks in their robes. They took them bowling. I don't remember the movie. It was a silly movie, but it was very deep. So anyway, they take them bowling, and they had no clue how to bowl, so they're making a mess of it like anyone would. And finally, they gather in a group, and they say, be one with the pins, right? So so guess what happens the next time the monk steps up there? They get strikes. They mastered the game because they became one with the pins. So it's the exact thing you're talking about. So it was a comedy movie, and the scene was very comical because it had the robes and very over the top. But the point stuck in my head that be one with the pin. Great example. So we're running out of time, but I'll do one more question. And again, this is very essential for our kind of Satology movement. We talk about language, we talk about spirituality, we talk about history, and we also talk about culture. So do you think that culture can hold people back from succeeding and achieving their best self? And if so, how do they remedy it?
I mean, the culture is the backbone of any society, to be frank. It's the backbone of society. But if you study the ancient history properly, the land also has a culture. And the soil, the land, the food produced in that soil also has a culture. Because not all foods grow in all lands. If it was the case, you could have grown bananas in large numbers in California. It doesn't happen. That means the soil also has a culture. And so every land, people from the land behave as per the land. And that defines the culture. Oftentimes people disconnect the culture from the land and they import a culture into a foreign land. And that will not work because that land itself had a culture. So we have to see culture in a very different way. Like I have 3 parameters for it. One is the land, obviously, that makes it 4. Your language, your food, and your method of worship. These 3 things. Your language, your food, and your method of worship. But if that is not in sync with the land where you live in, you will not be peaceful. It's natural. Because you'll always be pointing about grass being greener on the other side. So, but once we connect to the land and we surrender to the land and say, okay, I'm going to eat what you produce. I'm going to speak what the people on you spoke for thousands of years. And I'm going to follow a method of worship which you accepted for thousands of years. Then automatically there is peace. Because the most stable thing in our experience is the earth. It's the only thing which doesn't move. We have seen clouds moving, we have seen wind moving, we have seen water moving, we have not seen the earth moving. Because when she moves, then there is an earthquake. It's disastrous. But no, generally she doesn't move. So I think we need to reorient and reconnect. Sometimes we don't do that. I'll finish here, Richard.
Kenny?
I find that very brilliant, what Adi said, because a friend and I were having a conversation. And this is a 2-pronged approach to your question, Richard. there's culture, and Adi said the land has a culture. So if you live in cold climates during the warm months, you don't celebrate and have fun. You prepare for the winter. You work
Exactly.
hard. You labor. So the summer is a time to work. If you live in a tropical environment where there is because in the winter there will be no food, you need logs for the warmth to create fire. So in the summer they are more concerned. When you live in a tropical environment like Thailand or like any coastal tropical environment, their mindset is to be happy. Hakuna Matata, don't worry, be happy. Why? There is always food. You can just go stab the fish. You can just pick fruit off the tree. You don't live in the state of a season where you must prepare because at any moment you can just access the resource. So it changes the culture and it changes the neurophysiology and the experience. So it's so funny because culture is based upon the land and it moves into the practices of the people. And then there's another side of culture. And part of the culture are collective conscious colloquialisms or concepts to how to optimize life based upon the land and based upon how we engage with each other in union and in unison to optimally create peace and cohesion. And sometimes these things, we do get trapped in those things because I once came in and I had a hat on. So I was very young, and the woman said, "Take your hat off, you're inside." And I said, "Well, why?" She says, "Because that's what they did in the past. It's always been that way." And I go, "Yes, but many great discoveries have happened when they adapted relevantly to the rules. When the artist on the piano played the black keys when they weren't supposed to play the black keys. Sometimes it is good to innovate and expand and to grow. So on that side of culture, sometimes we must grow and push past the way that is no longer relevant, like you described. So there's two sides to culture. We need to respect the collective conscious because that was the way that optimized then. But we must always be looking forward to further optimizations of humanity. And I agree with Adi also. The land has a culture that shapes the colloquialisms and the mindset of the people.
Well said. And thank you to all the people who are watching. Thank you to all the people that had the benefit to listen to Adi and Kenny sharing great bits of knowledge, and hope that our agenda to help you expand your perspective definitely helped. Because I'm over here taking notes. Again, Adi and I spend lots of time together. I talk to Kenny, and I still take notes because there's always things in the flow of conversation, and that's the whole concept of the learn, think, and share. The more you share, the more you can change your perspective. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but you need to continue to expand your perspective. And every time I talk to people who have knowledge, I'm taking a little bit of notes, even if it's being able to being able to phrase something a little better or say it a little clearer so people can understand it, or getting the vast amount of historical data that Adi has. We don't have that. The average person doesn't. I speak for myself and the average person. So that's what we're trying to bring to you, is collectively just giving you a different way to look at things. Not everything's going to apply to you. Take what does. Take what it doesn't use, like Bruce Lee said. Take what you can use and then discard the rest. And that's how you continue to expand your perspective. Any last thoughts, Adi?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Kenny. And it's always a pleasure. Yes.
The honor was mine. No thoughts. An honor to be with you two gentlemen. It always enlightens me and helps me to transcend myself to a higher level. So thank you for having me here very much.
Yeah, we're looking forward to working with you in the future, Kenny. So look out for us doing a whole lot of great things together, because Adi and I, within our Satology and Learn, Think, Share, we love just getting together with people that are on the same mission as us to just make the world a better place. And Kenny definitely fits that bill. We'll put his contact into the chat. You can reach out to us, and we'll definitely put you in touch with him. He's located in Indiana, but he's a global teacher, and he'll be wherever you need him. Again, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.